Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome, welcome. Glad to see everybody. How's everything going today? Crystal with a quick raid. Good to see you. Welcome in, everybody. Hello, Nancy. Hello, Dread. Hello, Yoshi. We've got Lux. Thank you, Classy. Good to see you, Crystal. Hope everything's going okay. Crossy Maniac, welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad to see you. How's everybody doing tonight? Yeah, congrats on perfection, Nancy. That's awesome to hear. The old me raid. How you doing, Crystal? What were you playing tonight? Awesome. Yeah, I think I saw that on your thumbnail. That was your goal. Congratulations. Guffy, good to see you. How you doing? So what's your goal with the slime ring? What are you hoping? Are you going to put in a slime hutch? Are you going to put a slime hutch in and harvest slime? Eventually? Nice. Nice. Alright, what's on our list tonight? Well, in the last stream we made 3.2 million gold towards our clock. So we're at 5.59 tonight. If we can make another 3 million, that should put us at 8.7, 8.8, something like that. So I think we might be able to hit perfection tomorrow night if we can keep this up. Amp, hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Good to see you. Need to hit level 100 in Skull Cavern. That's not an easy task. Unless you staircase it a lot early on. 100 in Skull Cavern is rough. That's a rough one right there. But congrats on the slime ring. That is cool to see. All right. Let's see. Well, the only event we've got coming up is Trout Derby. Although the last 2 years we've gotten the green rain on the 15th. So I think we want to prep the quarry for that. Monday will also be... Ooh, that could cause a problem. If we get the green rain on Monday, that's also an harvest day. I hope it doesn't hit on Monday. Let's hope, but we'll see. All right, let's go ahead and get our day kicked off. Welcome in all the raiders. We are so happy to see you. As a recap, we are playing a Joja run, although the Joja aspect is kind of immaterial at this point. We are mostly just grinding gold. We got another butterfly for the clock. Z, how you doing? Hope everything went well last night. Let's see, cheese, shouldn't have cheese. Nope. All right. Oh, I'm not sure if you probably figured this out, Z. I think you said you were taking pictures of your notes. If you go into your collections, all your secret notes are down here. So you'll have an archive of all your secret notes. I think you got that one if I remember right. So you've got access to them once you collect them. Happy to pass on a tip or a trick here and there if we can. All right, let's see what we've got going on. Let's go ahead and get our collection done. All right, that score stored. Store that, store that, store that. So, Lavender, how you doing? Good to see you. Sell that, sell that. Jamie, welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad to have you in. All right, let's see. Cheese and coffee. And then we need to get... Okay, one of the big things we need to do today before we do anything else. Classy, 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 classy. Oh, have a good night, Stacy. Sorry I missed that one. Yeah. Boop, 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 boop. 3 slime hutches. I never got huge into the slime hutches for some reason. Okay, before we do anything, we want to swap out our tappers. So down here we have 14. So what we should be able to do is just... Actually, let's just take out... Oh, nice on the pineapple. Yeah, we just did the Island Ingredients quest, I think in the last stream, with pineapples. Oh, we broke some of the floor. Put that back. There we go. So now we have 14 normal tappers, so we're going to replace these with our heavy tappers. There we go. And I suppose we might as well use these, so... Not that we need any of that, but we might as well. But yeah, we did pineapple in our last run. Okay, so those will now take 3 days instead of 7. Yeah, Crystal rated us. Okay, task number 2. We need to make some new kegs. So we're gonna make 14 more kegs. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna split these stacks. We want 137. 30. Nothing wrong with a late classy raid. Okay. So, first things first, let's go ahead and get our bottom. So we picked 137 because there's 137 kegs in here. And we explain this every time, but for new listeners, it can sometimes be a pain to see which ones you have filled up and which ones you have not. So by selecting the number of fruit that there are number of kegs, we know that if there's any fruit left at the end, we missed one. We know if there's no fruit left at the end, we got them all. And so it's just a safety mechanism, if you will, to make sure that we don't miss a keg. Now, is it the end of the world if you miss a keg? Not particularly, it's just lost profit. And we do not want that. Not when you're on a grind for 10 million gold. So like right there, we missed a keg, right? I'm going to leave it just to illustrate. So we fill up and we're doing all our work and we get done and we think we're done, but we see 2. So there are 2 kegs now in here somewhere. We know of the one. Right there's the one. But now at least I know that we missed one. And there it is right there. You can see it right there and boom. Now we know that we're done. Hey Aiden, have a wonderful, wonderful night. Thanks for popping in. We appreciate you. Okay, this one we're going to do a little bit different. We got to place some kegs in here. So we're going to go ahead and clear these out just so we can see better. And then we'll put fruit in them in a second. For instance, we're missing one right there on the end. So let's get that one fixed. There we go. All right. Now let's go ahead and put in our new kegs that we just made. Now on this one, I don't know exactly how many I have in here. So we're just going to throw in the fruit and just try to pay attention. And hopefully not miss any. So we'll just try to be a little bit more deliberate, if you will. And they go in a little cleaner if you're not trying to harvest at the same time. So, less chance of us missing any there. I don't see any. Alright, we have one last task to do. So both of our sheds now are processing. So we're going to harvest this one. And we're going to place a fruit in there. So what that shed, or that keg right there is our indicator. Right, we know when this one shows wine that our sheds are done, but otherwise we don't have to bother to go in there. And it just saves us some time for later. So we're not checking it like all the time. Alright, so what did we get for ancient fruit? 496,000 in ancient fruit. Sell some mayo. Sell some roe. Sell some cloth. We're almost done with our daily chores. Not quite. Alright, let's go ahead and drop those off. Alright, we gotta go talk to the critters. See how they're doing. Hello, piggy. Alright, eggs and feathers. Feathers and feet. Alright, so first question of the stream. If you have rabbits, you collect rabbits' feet. What is your headcanon on how that works? Do we raise mutant rabbits? 10 likes already. Well, then we have a raid coming, right? All right, so let's get our raid on. Where do we want to raid tonight? Where's our first rave going to be? Anyway, so what's your headcanon? How do the rabbits give up all those feet? Are they magical? Do they grow feet back? Alright, let's see. My headcanon is they're not actually feet. They're somehow a product of matted hair that we pass off as feet. Then I don't feel as bad. That is a rabbit I don't want to mess with right there. Alright, let's see. Truffles. Two, and 1. Alright, and then we're just going to sell the feather. Okay, our chores are done. Whew. So, question is now, what's on our agenda? So, Trout Derby is a ways off. We need to make some more espresso. You can see we're down to 29. So we'll probably make some of that. Harvest our resin, we did that. Swap the heavy tappers, we did that. Let's check in on our iron, gold. 100 iron, gold, copper. That all looks pretty good. Probably still use some radioactive. So yeah, I think get our ore supplies up. I'd like to have over 100 of each of those if we can. All right, let's see. Keeper of the book. Well, let's just, where should we chicken rave? Open up a file here and we will get going. We'll just chicken rave on the main farm. Why not? All right, here we go. Let's get over to swap the audio. And let's turn on the chickens. There we go. Spam them if you got them, my friends. We chicken rave every 10 likes. as a big thank you to the great community we've got going in order to have just a little bit of fun. Let's turn it up. Arr, mateys. Give me your best pirate emojis. What do you got? There we go, Yoshi. Nancy coming in full pirate. Oh, Z's catching up. All right, all right. Thank you guys so much. We do appreciate the rave. Let's see. I need to move back over there. Nope. Down over there. There we go. Switch the game audio back over. Let's see. Is everything working? That seems to be working. Game audio is working. I think we are good to go. Let's turn that down. All right, Nancy, have a wonderful night. Congrats again on perfection. Everybody, one more blue chicken in the chat. Nancy hit perfection tonight on her playthrough. Congratulations. That is a big one. All right, well, we messed around on the farm for so long that I don't know that we're going to get the butterfly today. Let's check a couple of quick spots, see if we get lucky. Not here. We'll go ahead and pop up to the backwoods, check the mountains maybe before we run out of time. Yeah, perfection's a big one. How many is that, Nancy, if you're still there? How many perfection runs have you completed? Is this one 6 for us? I think this one's our 6th. Well, 5, because we haven't technically completed this one. No worries, Z. Thanks for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Alright, hold on. I gotta check something real quick. Made an interface change on my end that you guys can't see, but I can. Want to make sure... Alright, well that's not gonna work. Hold on, let me check one configuration here. Yeah, I don't see... Okay. Well then let's move it somewhere else for right now. Alright, we'll play with that later. Alright, well if we get really lucky it's in the town. If not, we're gonna miss the butterfly, which is okay. Probably should have done it first things first. Given the fact that it is worth 50,000 to us. But it's looking like a no dice today. But again, that's on me. I wanted to get that ancient fruit going. That was more important. That's like hundreds of thousands. So. Okay, that's fine. It's looking like no butterfly for us. Let's go ahead and get home. Welcome back, Jamie. How you doing? Let's see. That means we could do ore. We could go work on the quarry because we know the green rain's coming. What are the spirits at? It's not a good ore day. Let's go see what we're sitting on for pine. I would guess we have a lot of pine. If I had to guess. Let's see. Sell that, and that. Throw in another grape. Oh, that's good. It's always good if you get some improvement. Hopefully that continues. Sucks not feeling well. Alright, well, we're back to making... Honestly, this might as well just go. If we get that quest again, we're going to have to make it again, so... We're just going to dump that. No reason to keep it. Okay, let's see what we've got for seeds here. We've got a bunch of maple. Usually have a ton of pine. Acorns. There they are. 348 pine cones. Almost always have tons of pine cones. Got our pickaxe, we have our axe. Let's go ahead and pop up to the quarry. And we'll start this little project. Oh, that's nice. Actually, we should probably pop home. Honestly, this is a... I think we're going to go ahead and bite the bullet. Let's pop home. I've been debating on getting more Junimo huts, so I'd have access to our tools no matter where we go. I can think of 3 more places that I would like to have them. Like out at the mines would be a good spot for moments like this. Top of Skull Cavern would be a good spot. Could argue the start of the volcano, although we don't make a ton of volcano runs these days. Right now we've got one on the island and one on the main farm. So it's not too bad. We can get to our stuff pretty quickly. But if we had them in the mines, we could just pop out to the mines. If we forget a tool. Alright, let's go ahead and pop those. Alright, let's go with there. Let me put one there, right? No. Well, that's weird. What am I? Oh, I'm just not standing in the right spot. Okay. Well, I thought I could get one down there, but maybe not. Alright, well, that one's going to go away. Okay, once we get our base road done, we'll be fine. We'll just go with this. There we go. Alright. Nope. We tried, but we failed. Let's try that again. Alright. There and there. Ah, we're good to go. Okay. So why are we doing this? I normally don't actually plant trees out here. Sometimes I do, actually. I don't say normally, but we know a green rain's coming. And green rain means a lot of instant growth on trees. I'm just going to kill that one. So what we're banking on here is... Well, that worked out. That's kind of nice. When that green rain hits, then we can just pop out here. Grab a bunch of trees and get a whole lot of wood. Ace, how you doing, my friend? Let's take that one back out. Good to see you, good to see you. How is your day going today? Awesome, awesome. Things are going well. We are cranking through some chores, really, but I think at the pace we're going, I think tomorrow night we're hitting perfection. I thought this was going to be kind of a 5 to 6 stream deal. I think we're going to do it in 2. We cleared 3 million yesterday. 3.2, I think, in yesterday's stream. I really think, yeah, I think we're going to do the same tonight. Which is going to put us at about 8. Right, we're going to be roughly at 8.8 million. I think, by the end of tonight's stream. Which means tomorrow night we should be able to crank out plenty. Alright, it's getting late. Nope. Come back. There we go. Alright, let's kill that one. We can just kind of fill some in here in spots that won't necessarily be in the grid, but they'll also be basically out of the way. Okay, it looks like we're going to pass out, but we got it done. And that's okay. I'm completely fine with that. I don't think... Yeah, I don't think we're going to get any more. So it's sleep in the quarry tonight. I think we're going to do the meanie, all the bad conversation things next. Over this week, I'm going to work out the details on backstory and why. Why are we doing this? And then try to get some kind of mental separation as to my own personal and making those choices, because it's going to hit hard for some of those, but it's for science, right? It's for science. I'm the same way, right? Like I haven't seen him. Yeah, he's hiding in the bush over there, Yoshi, just waiting for us to pass out. So, all right, let's take a quick break. We pulled 500,000 because we did sell wine. So we've got that cranking. 496 of it is wine. We sold some other things, but mostly wine. All right, let's take a quick break. We will be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us. We do appreciate it. Let's go ahead and see what's going on for day 2. So it just replants everything? Okay. Sure. Yeah, they're kind of hard to see sometimes. Okay, that's great news right there. So green rain, so there appears to be some kind of anomalous reading. I don't know what it means. That means that's going to hit on Sunday and not Monday. That's good for us because Monday's harvest day. So we're going to get a lot of annoyed spirits, but that's beautiful. Okay, perfect. So we can green rain tomorrow, which means we can spend the day getting fiber and moss and things like that. We don't have to cut the trees down because once they grow, they'll stay. But we can actually fiber moss tomorrow, then we can harvest ancient fruit on Monday. That worked out awesome. So happy that we're not going to have to... Actually, are we bothering with mining today? Probably not. Meant to let the parrot go, but his wing never fully healed. He seems content though and gets lots of attention. You know, at least he said he's happy. I didn't know that. I might have known that. I don't know. Okay, and again, I don't think we've got any cheese today. Yeah, it's probably a couple days out still. I think I just ate cheese though. Wasn't on purpose, but that's alright. Yep, Linus got us. Actually, I'm thinking... Are we gonna do a mining run today? I don't think so. Because, like, if we were, we could switch over and get the extra ore. You know what? Let's, just in case we want to, let's go ahead and make a little bit different selection here. I usually choose ladders by default because we're normally going for depth. But if we do anything today, it's going to be based on... It's going to be based on ore, so... That makes sense, yeah. I think it's either UI Info Suite or Informant. One of those two will do a... It just gives you a timer, but I can't remember what it puts over the crop if the crop is done. Alright, Linus, thank you. Well, that paid for half of our deaths. I guess it's not death. We just fell asleep. Slept in the quarry. Linus, I guess, drug our butt home. Alright, drop off some ore. Drop off anything that would go in there, or in there. And then sell. Keep that. That can go. That can go. Alright, what do we got? We're up to 2 packs of raisins. I'll go to the bookseller next time we go into town, and everything else is storage. Nothing wrong with a good power nap. Doesn't work for everybody, but if it does work for you, it's a nice... Could be a nice little perk. Alright, well, no truffles. Most likely today. So we'll just collect our produce. At least whatever's available. And get to rolling. With hoppers, we could actually make a case that we could just let this build up. And that might be what we do. Although really, we don't have a lot else to do these days. So just letting it go is not that... Alright, 4,200 for dinosaur eggs. It's a good price. Let's see, let's throw 2 in there. But yeah, we could just let them build up for like a week. Do a weekly harvest. And then once you get to that point, then you just dump it all into the hoppers and just let it run. And I'm putting the wrong thing in these. How many times have we done this and still we messed it up? Alright, let's try that again. Ooh, that was real thunder. The Stardew gods and goddesses, at least the rain ones, are angry with us. Alright, milk is done. Alright, that's done. Let's go ahead and get our loom rolling here. Good to go there. Done, done, and done. Okay. So we did pick the extra mine stuff. Let's go ahead and pop in. Get our coffee harvest. No grapes today. So just as a reminder, if you haven't been with us, we harvest grapes in here. Grapes are every 3 days. Coffee's every 2. So we really should probably pop our head in here just about every day. But notice that we've only got 2 fruit, which means we were in here 2 days ago. I think we harvested grapes that day, so we haven't lost a day. So most likely grapes will come up tomorrow. And then we take grapes, we turn them into raisins, and then we use raisins to feed our Junimos. Junimos love raisins to the point that they will give you a 20% chance at a double crop harvest. So that's basically roughly a 20% increase in yield, which when you have 800 ancient fruit planted, you're looking at about 160 extra ancient fruit, and that is financially significant. Okay, 9:30. We're pretty much done here. Let's hit the island. I think we're going to Junimo chest the place up, just for convenience. The other thing we could save our money for would be to... Actually, we could move this one. Nah, let's leave that one there. Would be for Galaxy Souls, but I really don't think we're going to take this playthrough. Oh, it makes a huge difference. Yeah, it makes a huge difference. Like for us, like even if you take a normal ancient fruit. No worries, Lavender. So it's what, 800 and I'm just gonna make up a number now. What's my real number? 819. So that's 163 more ancient fruit. And what's the base price of an ancient fruit? We won't even count the ones that could be higher quality. Or the fact that we're turning some of it into wine. But just base price of an ancient fruit. We don't have tiller. So it's 550. So it's 90,000 gold roughly. Probably more. But 90,000 gold per harvest. Extra. Just for feeding them some raisins. Which are essentially free. Right? We just harvest grapes and put them in the dehydrator. Alright, we already finished that quest. And again, just as a reminder, we are 90% which means we're just going after the clock. Okay. Let's see. We should probably put one in the desert. And I'm thinking maybe out at the mines. Actually, as long as we put one anywhere we've got a minecart, we could have a minecart Junimo chest, because we can pop between the minecart spots pretty much at will. So we'll probably put it in the mines. That would make sense. Alright, so let's get one for the mines. Alright, so Skull Cavern / desert. Actually, we can just put it at the entrance to the desert where we warp in. So we had desert. We'll put one in the mines. Should we put one up at the volcano? I'm not going to right now. We're not making a lot of volcano runs these days. If we start doing volcano runs, we'll put one up there. All right. Let's do some delivering. So let's pop out to the desert first. And we'll just put this one right there. Perfect. Well, I guess we're out here. We might as well grab some forageables. Why waste the trip? I don't know what that teleport does to your body, your metabolism, or anything like that. But it's got to have a toll, right? It's got to do something to you. All this teleporting about. Hello, Mocha. Alright, so let's just put this one just right here. So that way, like I said, if we went anywhere, let's say we're in the quarry, and we're like, oh man, we forgot something, right? All we gotta do is pop to the mines. We can grab it. So let's put this stuff away. Just keep that with us. And then we can just pop back to the quarry, do our work. Or if we were in town for some reason or whatever, we can just hop around, but we can always just pop back here, use the Junimo chest. Alright, that'll work. While we're here, I suppose, what do we need most? Probably copper. Let's just go in order. This will be a copper day. Tomorrow's a green rain day. Day after that is a harvest day, but that's a morning thing. We can grab iron on Monday, maybe gold on Tuesday. Alright, let's just start at the top. Actually, let's just go. Case in point. So let's go ahead and grab our bombs. We can leave that stuff. Might have to grab some extra bombs. I don't know how things go here. Smack, smack. Okay, so I'll move that because to me it looks too much like a bomb. Things we just will store later. We'll go down here. It's an extra bomb if we need it. Oh, that's what we like to see. Look at that. Beautiful. Was that 22 copper in one shot? We like the big one shots. Alright, let's just see if we get lucky here. A little bit of luck, we'll take it. Don't see any copper, so we're taking the exit. Boink, boink. Alright, let's see if we can get lucky and find an exit while we blow up this copper. Double bonus. Okay, Z, let's, if you're not in full-on lurk mode, let's see if we can see. Let's see. We're going to open this up. So, all right, we're trying to see the difference between this rock. So I'm going to open this up so you guys can see it. That rock is the crab. That rock is the non-crab. I'm with Z. I don't see anything pre-spawn. Now, obviously, when they're moving around, you can see. But I've heard people talk about you can see their little feet. Right? I don't see any difference between... This is a normal rock. So we'll zoom way up on that. That graphic is the exact same as that graphic. Now, obviously, when we're in... When they're moving, hold on, let me clear these guys out. Oh, I killed it. Crap. All right, the next one that pops up, we'll do it. Yeah, not before they move. Now, obviously, when they move, yeah, it's. Yeah. No, I'm kind of with you. I've never seen it pre-movement. Now, obviously, again, once they move, see if we can find another one. Once they move, they're obviously, yeah, it's pretty obvious they got little feet going on. Oh, I don't see any more. Alright, now we have to find another one. Just for comparison's sakes. Okay, there we go. So yeah, once it's moving, okay, this will be perfect, right? If we look at, so this one is a crab, this one is not a crab. So let's go ahead and pull another screenshot here. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm the same way, but I was under the impression people were trying to say that you could see it before. Okay, so it is these two. Coco, how you doing? Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. If everybody hasn't... Oh, I need to alphabetize these or something. There we go. Let's get your link thrown in the chat there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thanks for swinging in. But yeah, if we look at these two, there's no difference. Right? There's no obvious, again, pre-movement. You know, movement, sure. I get that, but... Yeah, so I mean, obviously, these feet, I don't think anybody's disputing that this one is a rock crab and this one is not. But I've never been able to see a difference pre-movement, right? Now, there are some other things you can look for. For the most part, I have noticed if you see one in the sand, it's almost always a rock crab in the sand. These rocks tend not to spawn in the sand, but if you see one in the sand, then that's a giveaway that is probably a rock crab. But yeah, those two graphics are identical. There's no hidden indicator here. And again, obviously, once it's moving, sure. You know, we all understand that part. But yeah, I was under the impression that I had heard people say, like, just look for the little feet and you'll know ahead of time. Yeah, I don't see any difference. But again, if I'm missing something, please let me know. But I don't see... Maybe? I mean, they're off by about four pixels there. But that shadow shape looks the same to me. I mean, it varies a little bit just because of the terrain, but I don't know. I'm not seeing anything that is so obvious and standing out that I could pick it up really quick. Like this shadow, if you look at the blocks, right? This shadow is 2, this shadow is 2, and then it kind of cuts up in the corners. Yeah, I'm not seeing... And again, the darkness, like there's not extra darkness. That's just the variation. You can just see the color variation between the two just because of lighting. Yeah, I don't know, unless I've got some graphic turned off that... Yeah. Yeah, I've been meaning to investigate this and just never had. I just never done that. Let's see. I'll check here. I don't... I can't think of any setting that would change that either, so... Yeah. Alright, well, I don't see a difference. Alright, let's close those up. Alright, back to the game. Alright, back to copper collection. That's really why we're here. Alright. This is where I should probably bring our staircases. Levels like that. I think I can get all that with one. Boop, 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 boop. Give me copper, give me copper. Give me fuel, give me fire. Boop, 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 boop. Bonus, I like it when we get the ore and the exit in one go. Boop, 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 boop. Duggies everywhere. Lots of Duggies on this map. Wharf scroll. Alright, well, let's just kill some of these guys by rocks. And when they blow up, they'll destroy the rocks for us. And hopefully, we'll get ourselves a freebie exit of some kind. Alright. That was a rough one. I see some gems and some copper. Let's pop over here. Amethyst. There's our exit. Thank you for blowing up and giving us copper. Your sacrifice has been noted and appreciated, my friend. Alright, we probably want to get home in time to deal with anything we want to for Green Rain. We're mostly going to spend our time in Cinder Sap. Our farm itself isn't very Green Rain friendly, since most of our land is covered with stuff that won't allow for weeds and stuff to spawn. I hate these little guys. We should probably just go back up to the top so we don't have to deal with them. Yeah, that one is one. Trying to decide if I want to do one more screenshot. Don't summon the horse. Eat the cheese. There we go. Yeah, I'm not gonna mess with it. Alright, we'll see if we can grab a couple more easy spawns. We got over 100 though. That's kind of my goal. I want to have 100 ore of each kind. That way if we need to use it for anything. Because we do have plenty of bars for pretty much everything now. Outside of radioactive. Probably could use a little more iridium, but we're okay there as well. So this is just a copper run. Copper. Alright, I think we'll clear this floor. Take a peek at the next floor. And then probably head back to the farm. Alright, let's get home in time to get some work done here. Boink. Alright, let's see. Sell it, sell it, sell it, sell it, sell it. Don't have room. Where do we get the radioactive bar? Did that drop in the mines? It must have. I don't think there would have been any other things that we would have got that from. That's cool. We'll take a freebie radioactive bar. Alright. There we go. 187 copper. We're in good shape now on copper. Crush some geodes. Throw the bug meat in there. Shouldn't need bombs, but let's go ahead and put those over here. Alright, we'll take our axe, we'll take our scythe. Store our cheese. And we get some seeds. Alright, so that's green rain ready. I think we're good to go. So tomorrow, there is an anomaly. That's what the TV tells us. Right, you're no source. And now the weather forecast appears to be some kind of anomalous reading. I don't know what this means. So that's the hint that green rain is coming. Alright, even on I'll call it an off day, I love the green rain. It's one of my, I guess it's an event, right? I don't want to say it's my favorite event, but it ranks up there for me. But, okay, so on a modest sales day, we still hit, what, 15,000, 20,000? The eggs helped there. 4,000 in dinosaur eggs. So, not too bad, not too bad. Let's take a quick break. And we will be back to harvest moss and fiber to our heart's content. I'll see you all in a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you're having a great day. While we're thinking about it, let's go ahead and do a quick shout out to our channel members. We appreciate your guys' support. It means a ton to the channel. Ace, Nancy, and Victus at the gold level. Adara, Amp, Lydia, Wally, and Zach at the steel level. Debbie, Dread, Janet, Jojo, Lux, Professor H, Guffy, Wolfie, Yarrick, and Z at the copper. Also, thanks to Amp, Lux, Lydia, Nancy, Victus, and Whimzon for the gifted memberships. Those people are enjoying their free month, so give them a thank you if you are a recipient of one of those gifted memberships. All right, so everything's going to be green fuzz, None of the channels work. Kind of sucks if you need the recipe, but they do reruns, so. And again, like I said, this is going to be good for us because if it would have hit year 1 and year 2, it hit on the 15th. So the fact that it's a different day ended up working out. But when you first moved here, I had a dream about you. I knew you were right. Yeah, I remember. The trees are dancing with joy. Would have been nice to get the speed boost there. That's a good one to get on green rain days. I wonder if somebody has written a mod that lets you pick your statue of blessings each day. Don't know. Not sure if that's possible to get to. Okay. We'll go ahead and do a little bit of... I don't think we're going to need... Might as well grab these since they're here. Rest of our work, we're just going to let it be. So we're going to go to where we can get some concentration in our stuff. And so, we do mention it. Weeds on the farm are a bad thing. If you leave weeds on the farm, they can spread and cause you problems and stuff like that. Green rain weeds are different. Green rain weeds, it's a mouthful, go away at the end of the green rain. So you don't have to worry about like, uh-oh, I've got to get every weed off my farm because they won't be there tomorrow. So don't sweat that too much. Well, I guess while we're here, we can check. Is there anything we want here? Don't think so. All right, we are going to go ahead and take these trees out. Hopefully we'll get some more mossy seeds. Mossy seeds will let you grow green rain trees if you want outside of green rain. There's a mossy seed. All right, let's go ahead and get this arranged in the order of stuff we're trying to collect. 3 mossy seeds so far. Actually, that's doing pretty good. We're not even going to bother with hardwood. With our hardwood forest out in the desert, we can collect hardwood to our heart's content. Also, with the mines in hard mode, if you go to the, what is it, 50? I can't remember the exact number. But you go to the foresty levels, you can get quite a bit of hardwood there as well. Alright, on to Cinder Sap. Alright, so we're probably going to spend most of the rest of our time here in Cinder Sap. Moss and fiber, fiber and moss. Now, in all actuality, we're pretty much done with this save, so we could have made a case that this isn't that important to do, but we do like to try to keep up with some consistency in our play. So, any green rain event, this is what I would normally do. So we will. Now your first green rain, most likely in year 1, your tools are still a little bit weak. So it's a little bit slower process. But now it's a little quicker for us. But again, even with the Iridium Scythe and our speed buffs and everything going on, we probably won't clear much more than Cinder Sap. All right. Continue. I've mentioned it before, the first year of the Green Rain, there's a lot of interesting dialogue. People hide out in the saloon. If you want to maximize both your power gamer, I want all the resources, and see that content, what you can do is start the Green Rain event, go around, talk to everybody, look at all the, you know, the conversations and stuff like that. Then reset the day, and second time through, do your resource collection, right? So then you've seen the content as well as getting to collect the resources. I'll admit I am at the point we've played through enough times that I don't worry too much about the conversations. We just go for the collection, but maybe in our next playthrough. Oh, actually in our next playthrough, I don't think any of them are interactive though. Let's just say, if we do our grouchy playthrough, but I don't think any of them have responses, but we'll probably still do it just to make sure, because if we do get an ability to do a snarky grouchy response, we wouldn't want to miss that opportunity. Alright, what are we at? 2:30? Actually, we're making pretty good progress, I'm going to say. We've got 4 mossy seeds. That might be, and actually, with the slime kind of angle, I might look in, because I think we're going to play that playthrough modded. At least lightly modded. Maybe not crazy modded. But finding some I need to go looking for mods, but finding some mods that are slime related might not be a bad angle to play. I kind of like that. It might be an opportunity just to play differently as well, because I usually ignore the slime hutches. I don't do much with them. We have to figure out, like, what other gameplay things can we change? Because the conversations obviously will be the main purpose, right? That's what we're trying to do with the playthrough. But what else? What else goes with that? Because I also don't want to just be mean. Like, we could just shoot all the villagers with the slingshot, you know, and lower the friendship. That's not the main reason we're doing it. It's not about necessarily... Actually, the challenge of it is going to be to still try to maximize friendship with everybody at the same time of doing all of the negative friendship responses, right? Like, that's going to be a challenge in itself. Alright, what are we looking at? Okay, we're almost to 500. 500 fiber. 200 moss is really good. Since I think I just spent 100 fiber on the Quee quest. This would be nice to replenish. Alright, 6 o'clock. So we're basically through Cindersap. Oops, missed some moss. Stuck on a rock. Alright. We've done our part. Probably some moss there. Alright, we'll see what we can pull from the mountains. Train yard. Those should be some pretty good spawn points. Some nice thick weed spawns. Squish, swish. It's a good sound. Satisfying sound. Between the swish, swish, swish and the pop, 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 pop. Run, run, run. Alright, Linus, I don't know how you feel about this. We'll clean up your area as well. That way if you need to go outside and do whatever it is you do behind that one bush, we won't talk about. At 9:30. Let's go this way. I'm feeling the island. Run, run, run. And the moss is probably worth it. 10 o'clock. Just out strolling. Gotta admire that. First year they all freaked out. Midnight macaroni, huh? Is that as good as midnight lasagna? Okay, I'm not seeing a lot of weeds, so let's take out some trees. So 692 on the moss. What will that give us? Anything? I don't think. Okay, that gave us a mossy seed. Boop, 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 boop. Run, 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 run. Yeah, I hear you. When I'm looking to eat late, quick and easy. Quick and easy will trump pretty much anything if you're looking for that late night snack. Alright, that's about, I think, all we're gonna get. We'll get a couple more trees, maybe. Actually, we didn't go up towards the quarry. Let's make our way up there. We'll probably get ourselves a little bit more fiber, and this will kind of be where we stall out as far as progress goes. Chips and dip. That is pretty simple. Alright, can we get one more tree before we pass out? Oh, we got one tree, not two. Alright, well, we didn't sell anything, so we're going to roll right over to our inventory here. Let's see what we got. We got 717 fiber, 364 moss, 11 seeds, 60 fiddlehead ferns, plus 3 more foraged ones. We know they're the foraged ones because they have the bonus on them. These came out of the trees, so they're not the forageable version. So we get a little bit of both there. 60 mixed seeds. We did pull some wood and a mystery box and some other forageables, but 1 pine cone. I don't know what we did there. Probably shook a tree somewhere. But all in all, that's a pretty good haul. We'll take it. Okay, today is a harvest day, so we need to get outside, get our ancient fruit harvested, get our coffee probably harvested. We gotta get up to the island, harvest out there, pineapples and ancient fruit, get our animals, which we ignored yesterday. We got a full day for us on Monday, so let's take a quick break, get all rested up, and we'll give that a go. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back everybody. Glad to have you with us. Let's go ahead and get the day rolling. Again, nothing really on the calendar till the end of the week, I think. We got the Trout Derby, so we should check our bait makers and stuff. Neither one of those are all that big of a deal. Thank you. We got butterflies in the house, it looks like, but not flies. Alright, I think we're probably still only at 2 hearts with the kiddo there. Alright, let's check in on cheese. Negative on cheese. Negative, Ghost Rider. Alright, who found us? Joja, and they still charged us for it. I think our inventory's full. Okay, so what did we already have? 200 fiber. 400 moss. Do we have mossy seeds in here? 6 mossy seeds. So that's definitely an improvement. Alright, let's drop some stuff off here. And sell, 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 sell. Sell, sell. Everything else gets stored. Got 3 more raisins. Drop off some grapes in there. Cheese. Love us some cheese. Let's see. Food and coffee. Feel like... Oh! I was afraid it was going to do that. Can we get it to jump? I don't know if I can get it to jump the fence without... Alright, well this one is an easy fix. You can force it to jump the fence if you surround it with other chests, but I don't want to do that, so... Okay, let's see. Let's move that one. And then we'll move this one up. Okay, so these are the 3 that we access the most. We put our cheese in there, our soda in there, and our coffee in there. So let's add some separation between these. So that is fish and fish. That's our other food. Let's do this. Just for a little bit of consistency. There we go. So the 3 we access most here, again, are Joja, cheese, coffee. And then, okay, I like that. An improvement to efficiency. Always looking for improvements. Alright, what do we get seed-wise? Mixed flower seeds, which we have a ton of. And then where are we going to put our trash? I'll just put it up here for right now. Alright. Now, the crops here on the mainland here, we don't want to harvest. We want the Junimos to do all that work. So we're going to let them do their work. We'll go ahead and pop in here. Get ourselves some grapes. And some coffee. No Junimos in the greenhouse. No Junimos on Ginger Island. Which is our other task for today. So we've got to manually harvest those. Also need to grab the eggs and milk and stuff. Or do we start our new pattern of just letting that build up? I don't know. Alright, I think it's everything we need there. Can't imagine these are done yet. Ooh, they are already. Holy cow. Heavy tappers for the win. Beautiful. That means more kegs. Which we should have plenty of all the other stuff. Yeah, we can make 100 at least, depending on wood supply, but let's see, 10 is 30. Yeah, we can make like 100 would be, we can make about 50 more based on our wood supply, so that is fine. All right, we forgot to drop off our fruit. Let's go ahead and do that. And then sell that. Sell that. Grapes go in there to get processed. Row gets sold. Everything else gets stored. And while we were doing all that, we have yet more stuff. It is here. All right. Let's sell off what we have, and then we gotta get to the island. Boink. Whoa! That's not what I meant to do. But we'll do it now anyway. Truffle, truffle. Let's grab the batteries, I guess, while we're here as well. Yeah, you missed the first rave, but I think we've got another one in us. Been a little slow build today on likes, but they're building. We'll get there. I know I forget to remind people to hit it. I know if I'm not reminded, I will also forget to hit likes on other people's. I appreciate. All right, let's go ahead and did you all right, let's put this in there and we will pin that to the top so anybody who joins will now see a pinned message, and maybe we'll pull some likes that way. What do you think? All right, we'll go with 4 per this time. Thank you, Yoshi G. We do appreciate it. All right, that's our milk. What do we got? 3, 2. There we go. Let's see, let's put 2, 4. Let's go 4. 2, 3, 4. Oh, almost like I can count. I actually got lucky there. Surprised that worked out. Alright, let's sell that, sell that. Okay, so a couple of things that we're going to want to do. We want to make sure that the dog gives us clay. That was awesome. Thank you, puppy. What did we just store? Holy cow, look at all the truffle oil. You know what? Let's just sell it all. We'll keep that. All right, to the island. Whoosh. Rainiant. Leo, how you doing, buddy? Just like old times, my friend. Yeah, well, change is good. Leo, we voted you as one of our favorite Stardew characters the other stream. So hopefully that means something to you. I think I came up with Willie, Linus, and Leo as some of my favorites. Emily's interesting for me, because for whatever reason in our very first playthrough, we got a whole bunch of Emily quests on the Help Wanted board, and because of that, her friendship skyrocketed. So we had, like, she was leaps and bounds above any other villager in our first playthrough. We became roommates with Krobus instead. We didn't. That was also the playthrough where we took everybody to 10 hearts, to our own detriment, if it will. Mostly just because we wanted to see what would happen. Okay, so as you can see, mostly ancient fruit. Technically, if we wanted to, I guess we could have put more out here. But we do have pineapples now, which we're just going to leave. We put them out here for the quest, but they are a regrowth product, so we might as well regrow them. Not as profitable as ancient fruit, but they'll do the trick. I think they're worth about 40,000. 100 pineapples. Alright, it is Monday, which means there should be a new Quee quest out here. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. I do like a little pineapple. Not gonna do it. Probably not gonna do it, but we might get some mining runs in, so we'll pull this one, just in case. I am a pro pineapple on pizza person myself. Now, only the Hawaiian, like I don't just randomly put pineapple on pizza. It's the Hawaiian ham pineapple combination is the pineapple that otherwise I probably would not add pineapple to a, like a other type of pizza, but okay. Home again, home again. So let's go ahead and sell off our pineapple and honey. I could probably do that, but it's not something I would normally do. Alright, I don't think we've got a whole lot to store here. Sell more mayo. Can sell cheese today as well. Alright, let's go see how the Junimos are doing. That crop looks clear. Alright, let's grab their stuff. What about this one? Can't tell. Actually, we need to go over here. I think that's the one we replanted the other day. If I remember right. Yeah, there's something there. This field looks clear. So we'll grab that and... Looks like the Junimos kicked some butt today. Nice work, my friends. Thank you so much. Blue chicken for the Junimos. As a matter of fact, we'll give a Junimo for the Junimos. How about that? Okay. Let's go see what kind of money we're sitting on here. Man. So 292,000 for ancient fruit, gold quality. 368,000 for normal quality. We'll probably sell off a stack. Man, let's just throw that in there. We'll sell the cheese for 85,000. I think I need to move this one, or maybe buy another mini shipping bin. That's a possibility. That one's also full. Let's go ahead and pop down here and see what we're sitting on. Okay, we're going to keep a hold of that, but that's another 600,000, but we've got 100 and 200 and some we need for wine. We'll keep 500 for our next wine run. So another 297,000. Sell the row. And what do we need to store? Cheese and coffee. Let's see. Let's take 60 coffee and turn it into espresso, because we've been burning through our supply a little bit. Here we go. That looks better. Alright, well, while we've got some time here, let's go ahead and pop down to shed 2. There we go. We're not going to put any ancient fruit in there because we want to keep all that in sync. So if I put some in now, it wouldn't be done when the others are done. So we'll just keep filling that up until we get what we need. All right, sell it, sell it. Let's dump our seeds back in here. And let's harvest some cheese. $44,000 in oil. All right, we'll keep our cheese for now. It is good to still have some food to hit the mines with, although we don't need a ton. All right. Let's check in on our hay supply. It has rained a couple of days. 860. I have room for 90. Is it 96? If I did the math right. So we can grab this hay and go ahead and just put it in silo. Alright, that's good to go. Alright, 820. Outside of product on the farm here, I don't know that we've got a whole lot more to do. Alright, let's check in. Pull that out. This is starting to grow back in. We just cut those rows not too long ago. This is growing back in from our mistake. We have coffee again. Absolutely, Lavender. Appreciate you swinging by. You have a good night now. All right. Done, done, and done. So we cracked 600,000. We started today at 5,559,000, and we've got a big sale coming tonight. I think we'll clear over a million tonight. It should be a good sales day. It's 9 o'clock. I don't remember what the spirit's mood was. Is it even worth? Yeah, it's probably not even worth trying to do a quick mining run. All right, any other farm cleanup? Let's go get mushrooms, I guess. I think we can buy mini shipping bins with Qui coins. Oh, I was starting to tell that story. So last night we were talking about it. I originally would always say Mr. Qui. Oh, we should go into town, check that mission as well. Or Mr. Key was my original pronunciation. And I think that's what a lot of people use. But there was an interview with Bobby Lee, the comedian, who is a huge Stardew Valley fan. Crazy amounts. And in that interview, Concerned Ape himself mentioned that to him, he uses Qui. And so I'm like, well, if the developer wants to say that, then who am I to argue? So, okay, let's see. Aquatic overpopulation or biome balance? I don't really care. It's about which one pays more. So that's how we're going to make our decision. We've already done them both. Biome balance. All right, so aquatic overpopulation is gold equivalent to selling the fish. And aquatic overpopulation, or sorry, biome balance is 1,500. So I think we'll make more if we just do the aquatic overpopulation. Let's see, 10 fish. Depends on what we get. Aquatic overpopulation, rainbow trout. What do rainbow trout sell for? Let's see, gold rainbow trout. 121. Are we angler? I don't remember. What did we pick? No, pirate and fisher. Alright, so yeah, gold are worth 121. We only need 10, so it's only 1,200. What was the other fish we had to catch for biome balance? Any ocean fish. And then that's going to pay us 1,500, but we have to catch 20. So we could sell the 20 fish and get 1,500, or for biome balance, or sorry, for aquatic population, we get gold equivalent to selling the fish, which would be probably close to 121, so it'd be about 1,200. So I think actually it's more fish to catch, but biome balance is actually more profitable for us. So we'll pick that one. Not by much, but by a little. Alright, I think we already have a ticket back here. Yep, probably should take those into town at some point. Boink, boink, boink. More harvesting. Coffee. Cheese. And drinks. Perfect. That's way more, not way more, but slightly more efficient. Okay, the other thing we need to check on, just to make sure we are good to go, is let's hit our tackle box first. Sardine, squid, tilapia. Alright, so we have 5 rainbow trout baits. And we have plenty of rainbow trout. Alright. So let's pull these guys out. We'll throw them in here so that when we grab our rainbow trout bait, we can grab those. Get our bait maker. Actually, for right now, let's just throw that down there. Every time we run by there, we'll throw a rainbow trout in there. Actually, we could probably just do this real quick before we go to bed. Because it should be like every 10 minutes. So as soon as the clock ticks, we should get bait. So we'll have this all done by 1. And then we're set up for the Trout Derby at the end of the week. There we go. So 46 rainbow trout bait should get us through most of it. We can make more as we go, if needed. Alright, I think that... Well, you know what? We're going all in for sales tonight. Let's just see how crazy we can make it. Might as well sell 2 more truffle oils. 32 truffle oil. Yep, Trout Derby end of the week. Okay. A good harvest day. Let's see what kind of crazy profits we made tonight. 1.1. A third of, I think, what we're going to try to shoot for this stream. All right, let's take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with the Shoshi. We appreciate it. All right, I do believe no real plans for today. We harvested, we green rained, probably hit the mines, depending on how things look here. Let's check in on the spirits. Very happy, liking it. That helps a little. Extra ore, liking that. Okay, it's good ore looting day. With very happy spirits and the double ore, I'm thinking maybe we should go after... Ooh, I saw another one. Squirrel! Squirrel! We should probably go after... Thank you. Radioactive. Coffee. 50 goat cheese. That'll be good for next round that we do. All right. Let's collect from the animals. Still haven't convinced myself I want to make that a multi-day process. Like I said, we really don't have much else to do. So it takes about an hour in game time to collect and stock. So it's not horrible. A lot of it is done in the hopper menu interface, which does pause the game. Right, so when we're going through these, like right now the game's paused. So most of this, while it takes real world time, is not hitting our virtual world time all that much. Boink. Okay. 750, 7.3 million. I think 8.8 is probably our goal for today. 8.5, but I think we can get to 8.8 if my mental math was anywhere close to right. Maybe 9, because we are adding more kegs. But I don't know if we'll get 2. I'm not sure that we'll get 2 wine harvests in. We'll get 1 more ancient fruit harvest in, though. And we can sell from that. Okay. I think radioactive is probably what we need the most. Yeah, we're down to 4 radioactive bars. Everything else is looking good. And our radioactive ore supply is relatively low. We did replenish copper. Oh, we gotta do that fishing quest as well at some point. We'll do that on a mildly perturbed day. Because it's any ocean fish, so it doesn't really matter. Alright. Mocha, let's ride! Probably should move that to a little more convenient place as well. Grapes. Alright, let's see. We don't need that. Probably won't need that. I guess we'll just store our grapes in there. Why not? Alright, let's start at 100. Oh, they're waiting for us. CD Millionaire in the house. How you doing, my friend? Good to see you. How's your day going today? Hope everything is going well. Well, so far we're 0 for 2 on trying to find ourselves some radioactive ore. There we go. Okay, again, we gotta remind ourselves we're not on the low levels here. Or on the... Nice! Hilltop's definitely one of my... I got 2 maps that I really want to do. Four Corners and Hilltop. I've never done either one of those. So where are you at on perfection? Are you early game or late game? What's your grind right now? Because we are on pace. We got a prismatic shard in the normal mines. That's pretty crazy. That's a pretty rare drop, actually. We are, I believe, gonna finish perfection tomorrow. Oh, okay. So yeah, you're getting the grind started then. Yeah, I think we are going to have enough money. I'm gonna guess tomorrow night's stream. Yeah, that's a pretty rare drop. It's many percent, like a fraction of a percent, I think, on that one. But if my calculations are anywhere near correct, we're going to be somewhere between 8.5 and 9 million tonight. And then I forgot. Let's go ahead and let's dump out of here. Which means tomorrow night, a million's not that big of a deal. All right, let's go to 110. Oh, very cool. Congratulations. Blue chicken in the chat for you, my friend. Yeah. Yeah, those can be, it's funny how much an RNG rare find can mean. But I completely relate to what you're saying there. Alright, well this is helping the gold, but we're really after radioactive. That's what we're trying to do. There we go. Ask the RNG and the RNG will provide. Thank you, Mr. RNG. There we go. We got 4 because of the Dwarf King statue thing there. I'm trying to think. I don't think that's a drop I've ever gotten. Let me double check, but I don't think so. .001%. Where did you get it? From a golem or? Yeah, I don't think I've ever gotten that. 0.001% chance from cutting weeds. So you got it from a weed? Holy cow. Yeah, that's a 0.001% chance. That's insane. Awesome, awesome. Congrats. I don't think I have a weed emoji. I can give you a Junimo and a prismatic shard. There we go. That's the celebration. Congrats, congrats, man. That's amazing. That's crazy rare, though. Really. Arguably almost an annoying amount of rare. Yeah, that's crazy. Nah, I think it's... I don't know, maybe it's not... There are some gaming culture that's a little toxic. We'll acknowledge that, but... I think celebrating other people's accomplishments is worth our time, for sure. Alright, let's eat some cheese. Eat some cheese. Get ourselves rolling again. Alright. Well, I gotta admit, there's some gold. Might as well go get our gold, I guess. But what we really are after is radioactive. I appreciate you. We appreciate you. Gem. Copper and a crab. Might as well grab the ore. Might as well hit that guy with a pickaxe for no apparent reason. Alright, dude. Wow. Just look at the Quee gems drop. Alright, there we go. Let's see if we can push one of these guys into that radioactive. Nope. That's alright. Ooh, I see another one. Watch that for laziness. Alright, this is 119, so... might as well grab the resources. Hope for an exit. There's the exit. Ooh, say that spirally thing could have dropped another prismatic, but it didn't. That would have been crazy to get 2 prismatics in the normal mines. All right, 6 o'clock. See if we can get a little bit of luck here. Aha! The bats blew up the diamonds. Let's see, what do we want to get rid of? That can go. I just threw it on the ground, but that's alright. We'll just leave it there for now. Let's see. Let us out! Walked right into that one. Yeah, once we got this one, this is our second major outfit. We started off with the Joja outfit, obviously. I love the propeller hat. I've run it on many characters. Interesting enough, we actually got this one at the Desert Fest. This outfit came from Emily. Technically Sandy. Emily was manning the booth, but Emily's little booth there. And in this save, we ended up marrying Emily, so seemed fitting, seemed predestined, if you will. But yeah, I do love the propeller hat. Can't remember if I've worn the Jester shirt before, maybe. But the propeller hat definitely is a must-have. Mr. Quee giving us more gems. That's like 3 or 4, I think, on this run. Man, I ran right into that one. Didn't even try to dodge it. That was horrible. Yeah, on this playthrough right now, we have a propeller hat. Our dog has a propeller hat, and the horse has a propeller hat. So we're all in on propeller hats. Wow, another gem. Jamie, how you doing? Good to see you again. Let's see. Anything else? Oh, look at the bars. That's partially filling up our inventory. Staircase. More copper than I would have expected on this run. Alright, come on, give us an exit. I mean, I'll fight the bats if I have to, but... no dice. Come on, nope. Cheese me. We're down to 3 rocks. Which one is it? 2, 1. There we go, there we go. Oh yes, this is what we're talking about. Lots of gold, got some radioactive. Give me another radioactive, come on. Hide it down there at the bottom. Don't think so, nope. Quit shooting stuff at me. Well, congrats. I'm not 100% sure what that means. I've never played the game, but that's... any accomplishment's a cool accomplishment. Congratulations. Very cool, very cool. Is it, Is it a rare? Is that a rare thing to do? Something you've been trying to get done for a while? But any accomplishment, we want to congratulate you. Alright, this is a strong finish to this run. That was a good strong ending. 4 nodes on this one floor. We'll take that. What's that get us up to? 38. For radioactive, 38's a good run. Do I want to go back? I sure do, because I'm greedy. Holy cow. Finishing strong. This slime was aggressive. Chased us all over the map. Alright. Don't think we normally get any here, so let's go ahead and head home. Crap. This is probably a mistake. Alright, the rest of this we'll try to put in tomorrow if we can make it back to our house. Woohoo! Might not make it to the bed. Oh, man. With literally a second to spare, probably. Alright, a good mining run. Sales suffered because of it. When you're gone off the farm all day, you don't get near as much processing done, but we just sold 1 million yesterday, so I think we'll be okay. Alright, let's take a quick break. Check out the Brewer's Bundle. Okay, I'll take a look at the Brewer's Bundle. Is that a tough one? I'll have to look at it. Alright, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Yeah, I try that if I can. If I'm looking at a game, if there's a demo, I almost always pull the demo. See if we like what we encounter in that. Alright, what do we got? Another very happy day. Maybe we hit the mines again? Fishing? Oh, we got the... that's not that big of a deal. +1 ore is a good day for mining. Go ahead, but if you would like to spend time with the parrot. Looking at our Christmas stuff that I haven't taken down. What are we? Halfway through summer? Halfway through summer and the Christmas tree's still up. All right. Let's get ourselves some neglected work done here. Or what are we at? 53. All right, let's go ahead and crank out some bars though, because we are really low on bars. I don't think we need to have a bunch of ore. We're actually doing pretty good on collecting the other outside of... Could probably do some iridium. Get a skull cavern run in if we need to. Alright, sell. What's our jade supply? 260! Alright, we'll probably wait until we trade in jade to do an iridium run. So that'll be Sunday. We'll see how things go. More raisins. Speaking of raisins, let's go ahead and get some harvesting done. Picked up one staircase somewhere. Omni-geode. Oops. Missed a crab. Probably could make some crab cakes. Start doubling up our speed. What are we sitting on for crab cakes? Oh, they're probably in here. Oh yeah, we got 17. And then what's the recipe for crab cakes? Crab, wheat flour, egg, and oil. Well, let's get ourselves some eggs. What do you say? Cut into our mayo profit a little bit. But give us crab cakes. Now we won't give up the... I don't know if it would use the ostrich egg. The ostrich egg is worth 10 mayonnaise. So we're going to process those. The rest of these though, let's go inside. See what we're sitting on for ingredients. We got 16 eggs. We need to buy wheat flour and oil again, probably. Alright, so let's put those there. Okay, 33 is enough for a month, which is plenty. So let's put our crabs in there. And we'll add crab cakes to our daily breakfast. Crab cakes and espresso. Alright, it gives us a double speed boost. Now we're rocking. Wink. That's done and good to go. Truffle up. Throw in some wool. What do we got for geodes? Done and done. Alright. We started that all with... We needed to go get our scythe to harvest coffee, but... But we got sidetracked, I think. Don't see any grapes today. All right. We can just start selling all our fruit now. Fruit sales. Mayo. Everything else good. Hey, Minecraft 8, thank you so much. That's a very kind and generous comment. We'll throw the old blue chicken in the chat for that. Thank you, thank you. How to paint the bookshelf, huh? But yeah, thank you, Minecraft. I do appreciate that. It's... No one ever has to comment, but it's always a pleasant experience when they do. Thank you so much, my friend. Let's see. Dwarf gadget. I think we'll keep that. Actually, I don't think we need them. It's a dwarf gadget for the farm computer. We already have that. I think we can just sell these off. Recipes, yeah, farm computer, we've already made that. There's no point in keeping that. Ancient doll. Is that the one you throw in the lava? Ancient doll. I can use this here, throwing it into the lava. Yeah, so we'll keep a hold of those just in case we want to do that. Alright. Sell those off. Drop our copper. Okay. Question is, go after radioactive again? We've got pretty good spirits, and we've got the extra ore drop. Let's see, what are we at? 4. We've got 10 to 12 going here, so let's go on the low end. 10. Gets us to 14. Really, is there anything that we're going to craft? The 2 things I can think of would be heavy tappers. I don't need to make more of those. Maybe hoppers. Although we could pull those out from Quee's room. Could go to Skull Cavern for that. Might try that on Sunday. Should we go after ocean fish? We haven't fished in a while. What days are Trout Derby? Saturday, Sunday? That means if we're gonna do a run to Skull Cavern, we should probably do it before Sunday. Eek. We only have 27 staircases. I don't know if we're going to get the prismatic one done. What do we have? Yeah, this isn't... Okay, we'll hope for a better setup for Skull Cavern. Alright, what do we get? Let's grab that. Couple of those. Where are we at on bait? 500 bait. More bait than we know what to do with. Alright, to the ocean! Wow, look at the rainbow shells. It's a pleasant little surprise. Not that we need them for anything, but... Cool, what did it take? What was the... Is there a secret to it, or... Just had to figure out the interface? One. So we need 20 fish. But any ocean fish counts, so as long as it's a catch, we're good. Obviously, cave jellies and trash and... Not cave jellies, ocean jellies won't count. But seaweed, algae, all that kind of stuff. Ooh, that was... Because that was our third catch on our fishing bonus, that octopus was an easy catch. You can see the difference. If you've ever tried to catch an octopus, that was stupid easy because of the Dwarf King statue. But that's only for the first 3 catches. So now... So I suppose if you really wanted to maximize, what you could do would be to make octopus bait. And use those first 3 catches to maybe catch prismatic octopus, if you want them. Not sure if it's needed for anything, but... Alright, you can see that tuna, we didn't get a perfect catch on, and it went to gold instead of iridium. Alright, as long as you get the perfect catch at the fishing level we are, we'll get the iridium fish. But because we didn't get a perfect on that one, no dice. So we'll try to focus here. Try to make some cash. Most of these will probably just go in the fish smoker, honestly. I don't think we need... The octopus will keep. This one's about to become a goldfish. Cracker! That's a pretty good haul, actually. Cool. That means What are we animal crackering now? I think we're on to chickens. Let's see. We got all the cows. We've got all the goats, all of the ostriches, both of the lizards, the dinos. Could do ducks. Doesn't do any good to do pigs. Won't really, we don't need the extra product from the rabbits, so I'm not going to worry about those. Be ducks or chickens. I'll do ducks next. Probably doesn't matter a whole lot. Duck mayonnaise or normal mayonnaise. Boop, 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 boop. Keep them coming, ocean fishies. Ooh, about messed that one up. We held on. Alright, what are we up to? 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're halfway. Unless there's fish on the next page. Which there could be. Let's go ahead and move this stuff off this page. There we go. Alright, yep. 11 fish. Two, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Alright, 9 to go. Now, fishing-wise, if you were with us last summer, in-game anyway, we had literally the worst fishing trout derby I've ever had. It was insane. Our tag rate was abysmal. I think it took us 2 days to get to 10. It was bad. Definitely filling our inventory up here though, aren't we? Alright, we're about to wear out our tackle, which means we'll be able to free up 2 inventory spots. Ooh, that'd be a cool mod idea. What about like a special inventory? It's like literally like a tackle box for your fishing stuff. Not the fish themselves, but like all of your bait and bobbers and things like that. Alright, I'm probably just going to sell this stuff, so we'll go ahead and dump it now. We'll get a little bit less. I think this is 65% of the gold that we would have got if we sold it normally, but that's all right. I have to look. There's like an improved fishing mod or something like that. Not that it changes the skill, but just little updates like that. Can't say I've ever seen it. Well, I haven't looked through mods in a while. We are playing vanilla. Alright. Oh, they're giving us plenty of stuff. Go. Seeds. That can go. Tackle's about to hit. That'll free up 2 more slots as well. So we'll keep going. That was an interesting cast, wasn't it? We're 16, if I counted correctly. Alright. We wore out our tackle. We can claim those 2 spots. And keep fishing. Just keep fishing, just keep swimming, just keep fishing. Okay, I lost count. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That should be 18. 2 more. 2 more fishies. Our treasure chest hit rate's been pretty good. That was nice because that stacked, so I didn't use up an inventory slot. Seaweed. Alright, this should ba-bing the thing. Boodle-doodle-doo. Alright, 1,500. That plus all the fish that we caught. And other things, so... Home again, home again. Alright, let's pop over here. What are we looking at? Actually, let's do a... check-in over here first. Make sure we don't want to keep any of these. Alright, red mullets. We've got 3... I think 3's enough. Red snapper, got 5. Pull 3 of those. Our octopus we're keeping. What's that give us? Ooh, 2 gold and 1 iridium. That's probably good. Tuna. We'll go ahead and go to 3 tuna. Flounder. Ooh, we used up some flounder evidently. We'll keep those. Tilapia, we should be fine. As a matter of fact, I think we have too many. More red snapper, we're good there. More flounder, we're good there. Red mullet, we're good there. Alright, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 5. Knock some of those down. We don't need 5 carp. Keep. Largemouth bass. Probably don't need 5 of those. Ghost fish. Actually, the rainbow trout we'll keep just in case. 3, 3, 3, 3, 5 on the scorpion carp. Nah, let's cook them. Cook them up. Super cucumbers and squid. We'll keep those. Alright, let's get this cooking. So what are we looking at? We have 700, 13, call it 14, 15, 16, 21, 26, 28, 30, call it 34, 37, 4,000, so that will double up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 10, 13, 15, 16, 18, 23, 27. We're going to need some more coal. go. All right, let's drop that off. Do a harvest run here. Stored, and stored. Sell, sell, sell. Sell it all. Let's see. Sell that. Sold, sold. Rest of this stuff, I think we'll keep. Probably need to go through and clean out some of those minerals that we don't need at some point. Well, we appreciate you dropping the comment. We do try to keep things as chill and calm as we can around here. So I appreciate you popping in, appreciate you saying hi. I'm not sure if you are a Stardew player, but sounds like YouTube thinks you would like it. Alright, rares, rares, rares. No, that's not rares. $6:55 a.m. That must be Western Europe? Let's see, that's 11, 7, 8 hours. UK maybe? I think that's the UK time zone. Probably close to Greenwich Mean Time, 0. Greenwich Mean Time, if I had to guess. Okay, let's see. Anything else we need to do today? We harvested the critters, right? Let's check in, make sure we did. Yeah, we did that. Alright. Get our fish. Let's go ahead and go see the wizard. Because I want to move that other shipping bin. Maybe we could pop out to the island and see if we can afford another mini shipping bin. Just to give us more capacity. They do the same thing. The one thing I like about the mini bin is it allows you to pull stuff back out that's not just the last item. And that's a nice little perk. Alright, so let's go ahead and move this. Don't want to block that. That's not a bad spot. We could put it up here. Kind of got one there, one there. Actually, we could put it here. Don't want to block our mailbox, but I think we could stick it. Let's try it right there. See how that works. No guarantee we'll like it, but we can always move it again later. Alright, but while we're thinking about it, pop out to the island here. I don't know if we have enough for the mini shipping bin because we just bought the Junimo chests and burnt through a lot of our coins. Let's go take a peek. But yeah, it's almost 11 here, so we're definitely on different time zones. Let's see. We have 38. What is a mini shipping bin? Ooh, 60. That's steep. Alright, we'll debate if we're going to do that or not. I think we've only found one of the... Yeah, one of those. Alright. UK, it felt like the right time zone. I'm pretty decent of tracking or knowing roughly where people are, but can vary a lot. Yeah, it's an interesting, definitely an interesting game. I first started playing it actually not long ago. All right, let's just get rid of some stuff. Get rid of that and those. And when I say not long ago, it was like last November. So almost a year ago. So. But we've played it a ton since. This is at pretty much end game. We're closing in on what they call perfection, which will probably happen tomorrow night. At the rate we're going, we'll have enough money to buy the last item that we need for perfection, and then we will be done. Oh, very cool. Yeah, I know a couple of streamers over in the UK, or a couple of our people who swing through here. We've got Shenanigans. We've got a raid incoming. We'll wait till they start to pop in to give them a thank you. There they are, Shenanigans raid. Hello, raiders. Blue chicken to Shenanigans. Armageddon 1990, welcome in. Rebecca, good to see you. Missy, welcome in. Shenanigans, blue chicken to you. Thank you so much for the raid. We appreciate it a ton. How about a prismatic shard for the raider? We appreciate you popping in. How is everyone doing today? What were you playing tonight? What was in the Shenanigans stream tonight? Oh, I love doing that. One of my favorite things is to raid new people. Let me see. Go to channel. Let's take a look. Let's see, about, where's the about? There's the about. Give me the link. I don't want the ugly link. 674. Yeah, I don't want that one. Hold on, I'm trying to pull your link, but the prettier version of it. Will this do it? This might do it. Let's see. Nope, wrong key. Multiple keyboards going here. Okay, let's see if I can build a link, because it's not giving me the link I want. I like the cleaner link, so we'll see if we can build this dynamically as we go here. Okay, let's see if this works. Don't think we need this part of it. Okay. Let's see if that works. That looks to be a valid link. Okay, cool. Anyway, yeah, Shenanigan, I appreciate it. One of my favorite things, I've met a lot of cool streamers doing exactly that. Like, I'll pop in and I'll be like, okay, let's go find a complete stranger and raid them. We'll go ahead and drop you a sub and I'll check your channel out for sure. Let's see, live, what do we have? Oh, Dinkum, cool, Planet Crafter. Oh, Star Wars. Okay, as you can see, Star Wars is a cool thing. We got a little Lego Star Wars going on here. No worries, Z, no worries. Planet Crafter, Dinkum. That is that Tale of the Shire? You got a good rotation going here. This is kind of cool. Yeah, everybody go check out Shenanigans. Check them out. Very cool. Very cool. Well, welcome in. Glad you found us. But yeah, I've done that a bunch of times where a lot of times after I get done playing Stardew, I'll just pull up all the Stardew lives that are going and we'll try to find a channel and we'll raid that channel. Obviously, we also raid some of our our community streamers that we know, but 20 likes. Well, 20 likes, you know what that means, everybody. Raiders, welcome to your first chicken rave. Let's go ahead and get things fired up here. We'll kill the game audio. We'll move me out of the way. All right, that should be done. That should be done. Let's turn on the chickens. There we go. All right, you know the drill. Spam them if you got them. Welcome, everybody. We rave every time we hit some kind of a milestone. This one is for 20 likes, so let's get the chicken rave going. All right, here we go. Let's turn it up. Mateys, let's see your best pirate emojis. What do you got for me? CD Millionaire, the emotes, channel emotes are part of the membership. So if you join as a member, you get all the emojis. Hold on, I'll show you which ones we have in a second here. I'm playing with pirate ones right now. I'm not gonna get my pirate ones out before the pirate music stopped. There we go. There we go. That's the complete set of channel emojis that exist for the members. All right, let's crank it back up. Feel free to spam other ones though, it's cool. No worries. rock and roll. All right. Thank you guys so much for the likes. We do appreciate it. It makes a ton of difference to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let me get back. Let's turn off the chickens. All right, I need to move myself back over there. Just turn the game audio back on. We should be back up and running. There we go. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for hopefully participating in your first chicken rave. Oops, we gotta turn that back on. There we go. Okay. Everything's fired back up and ready to roll. Let's see, 1040. I think it's mostly just we'll hang out here for a little bit, see if we can collect more stuff. I'm gonna turn that down. We really should probably clean this mess out. I don't know. It's worth so little. Like, we'd make a few thousand if we sold a lot of this stuff, but I don't think we're going to bother. More fish, though. Sell fish. Alright, storage, storage, storage. Kick that out. Let's go store our cheese. Bombs. Don't we need those? Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. We can take our grapes out of there. Yeah, it's my hoarding tendencies, right? Like I can't help myself. It's like, I don't want to get rid of it. But it feels like I should. I don't know. We don't need the money. Like, we're cranking out millions. Like, in the last stream, we made 3.2 million. We're probably going to do the same in this one. Like, again, if we wanted to sell stuff, right? Whoa, that was not what I meant to do. See if we can get that back down there. Oh, that's causing all kinds of problems. Okay, pop out of there. That chest that fired behind the house is going to be a pain. What's that right there? Is that something? Ah, it's just a window. Okay. Ah, crap. Well, this wasn't what I planned on doing tonight, but that's what we're going to do. Question is, can I get it where I need it to go? Slide that one down. I don't know if I can. Go down. No, go down. Go down. There you go. Alright, slide you back up. Slide you over. It's like one of those plastic slidey puzzle games. Oh, that is not where... Oh, actually, it can't go here, I think. Okay. Hopefully I don't accidentally hit that again. That was weird. Alright, 120. That took a little while. Alright. We'll sell the fish. We'll store the rest tomorrow. All right, into the house we go. Oh, we did okay. What did we sell? Lots of fruit. Lots of mayo. Did pretty good on mayonnaise there. That was our ostrich mayonnaise there. That's been really good. Really good profit there. Ah, the red mullet paid well. That's good. Not too bad there. The dwarf guy just made us some decent money. 43,000, not too bad. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much. Oh, who was it? Was it CD? Somebody was asking. Oh yeah, CD was asking about the emotes. So that's part of the membership program. So you can join as a member, get you access to the emotes if you are interested. Speaking of members, let's go ahead and do a quick shout out to our current channel members. At the gold level, we have Ace, Nancy, and Victus. Steel Crew is Adara, Amp, Lydia, Wally, and Zach. Copper is Debbie, Dread, Janet, Jojo, Lux, Professor H, Guffy, Wolfie, Yarick, and Z's Whimsy Realm. Lux, Lydia, Nancy, Victus, and Whimzon, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. We appreciate that support as well. All right, neutral spirits, not the best necessarily for... Is one child enough, or should we raise another? Well, we'll see where fate takes us, I guess. All right, we got the ocean fishing done. All right, crab cakes. coffee. We've got friendship. That doesn't really matter to us. We'll grab the ore just in case we want to do ore. Thank you, Z. Thank you. We appreciate you. All right. We have cheese done. But we want to come out here and get our goat cheese. We have 58 goat cheese. Which is worth more. Uh-oh. Well, this is going to be close. If I didn't save cheese? Ooh, hopefully we have enough here. 78 plus 58 is 136. We do have enough. Okay. So 125. That was lucky. Minus 58 goat cheese. We need 67 cheese. Alright, so let's put that in there. I guess I've been selling all my cheese. That's crazy. Yeah, right? Like it was right when we first had the first one she started hinting at the second one. All right. You do not eat the cheese, my friend. This cheese is for the customers, not for you. Alright, so if we did our math correctly, we always bring in only the amount of cheese that we need to fill up the kegs. Which means if we run out of cheese, all the kegs are full. If we have 2 cheese left, yeah, dislikes are rough. Let's see. There's one. There's one more. One more cheese. Yeah, it can definitely be discouraging for sure. It's not a whole lot of feedback. The only thing I know that YouTube does like that is... I think there is a way, if you leave the channel membership program, to actually leave a reason why. I don't know that anybody ever does, but you could. But other than that, I can't think of anything in YouTube that would allow you to give that kind of feedback. Yeah, for sure. Now, I get what you're coming from, Z. I really do. Well, and here's going to get the weirder part of it is you're going to find that data changes. Like if you look at your data the day you streamed, you'll have one set of numbers of likes and dislikes and all that kind of stuff. And then over the first week, those numbers will all change. So I don't know what's going on half the time with it. I usually find in general, the number of dislikes I get drops by, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a percentage, but it varies so much from video to video, but it always drops a few, which is always weird. Like, did they decide not to dislike it? Was it a bad account, bad data? A lot of reasons it could be, but yeah. Here's how you have to think about it. Even if they don't leave feedback, which would be nice for us as creators, right? I get where you're coming from there. Yeah, but yeah, well, it doesn't help you directly. I agree 100%. It's like there's no actionable item you can do with that information. That being said, it does allow the YouTube algorithm, the fabled algorithm, if you will, to actually hone in on a better audience for you, right? So while they may not have left a reason, the recommendation system can look at their viewing habits, look at your content, and make a prediction about other people who might like your content better. So it does help, but it doesn't help you directly, like exactly what you're saying, right? Like there's nothing I can do to improve based off a dislike. But it does in the long run help. At least the recommendation engine. I don't know how deep you dig into your YouTube data. You'll start to notice where your viewership is coming from. And for a lot of creators, at least on mine, myself included, a lot of it does come from recommendation, not from search. And it's a different beast. So the more you can be recommendation friendly, the more viewers you can tend to get. Okay, let's see. What did we decide? Ducks, right? Let's go find us a duck. Some duck. Alright, you're the closest duck. Cassie? Well, that's pork. What else we got for ducks? Who are you? There's Ace. Ace has been in the channel tonight. Let's get Ace his first animal cracker. There you go, Ace. Congratulations, my friend. I don't know if you're still around. Yeah, it's a lot of crazy stuff if you really start to dig into it. Now, the only thing I would say is it is going to be, even on my channel. Hey, Ace is still there. Welcome to the Animal Cracker Club, my friend. Animal Cracker for Ace. Oh, no worries, no worries. I would say don't chase the data too much, Z, because even my channel, it's day to day, it's so erratic. As you get bigger, it evens out a little bit. But there are some cool metrics. Maybe I'm gonna have to do a members only stream on maybe some of the data, but like it does track like 3 categories of viewers. It's got new viewers, it's got casual viewers, and it's got your more core audience based off of how many things they watch over the last like 6 months. There's some cool data in there if you dig, but you have to really dig for some of it. It is not always easy to find. So, all right, I think we might have grapes ready today. Let's go check on that. But for the most part, don't get overly worried about the data yet. Yeah, like I said, until you get a little deeper into it, there's not a lot of actionable stuff you could do with it anyway. I try to track it just to see if there are patterns or anything I can pick up on, but all right, how many grapes do we have? 6. That's 2 per Junimo hut. Let's get them loaded up. All right, so we're good for 6 weeks because it's 1 pack per week per hut, so we should be good. I also am a kind of a data person, so I like it. So I check it probably more often than I should, but yeah, there's a lot there though. Okay. I have no idea. We had neutral spirits today, if I recall. Yeah. Don't know if that's a good mining day. Let's see. What are you? Do you remember? None of the chickens have animal crackers. Lavender. Let's see. Jamie, what are you? I don't remember which animal we named you. Okay, there's the Pepsi chicken. The Pepsi chicken doesn't have any, but none of the chickens have animal crackers, so don't feel left out there. Unless we named you after another animal here. Oh, the Jamie duck could get named an animal cracker next. All right, we'll flag you for our next animal cracker. There's a Pepsi chicken and a Jamie duck. All right, which means we have to find an animal cracker now. What is our... I suppose we could make a lightweight mining run. We're not going deep. But we could... Yeah, it's mostly just I'm doing the more expensive things to get me more profit. Eventually, if I played long enough, everything would get an animal cracker. So we don't need that. This is a long shot. How many bombs do we have? 109? Let's give it a try. Let's see what's going to happen here. Alright, we'll grab some forage along the way. Oh, I don't remember planting non-pine trees up here. Okay, that's interesting. Alright, this is by no means going to be a crazy deep run, but let's see if we can maybe get lucky here. Maybe we'll catch ourselves a couple prismatics. Who knows? 15, come on. 6. Not quite as deep as I would like. I count anything 7 or above as successful. That's my personal criteria. You're a serpent. Well, there you go. That's why we're not getting a... Hey, I just saw your brother up on the last level there, bud. Alright. Well, we're doing okay. 15, there we go. That's what we like to see. That gets us nice and deep quickly. Gotta remember we are in Skull Cavern now. We need to take it a little more serious, so we'll keep our health kind of topped off in case we get ourselves in trouble here. So what I like to do sometimes is we can use the explosions of the animals to mine for us as well. You push them around enough. You face the right direction anyway. This one ran away. Alright. Nope, nope. I felt slow, but I guess we're not. Alright, let's move the stone away from there. Keep track of our iridium. The rest of this we'll just put down here. Alright, stuff, if we have to delete it, we can. We'll throw over here. Keep that probably. Keep that probably. Keep that probably. We won't need to eat any more of those, so we'll move it. Don't really need that either. Okay, there we go. Boop-a-doop. Alright. Move on. So there's lots of places I think you can get prismatics, but the iridium nodes are a good source. So that's what we're hoping for. I don't know if we're going to pull that quest off, honestly. 4 prismatics is pretty rough to grab. Unless you're doing lots of mining runs. Lots of mining runs will get you there. But we did get that bonus free one in the normal mines. That was unexpected. So we'll see if we can roll that into a little bit of a lucky run here. We don't really need stone, I guess, but... You know what we should do? We'll try this tomorrow. Let's see if we can get... Oh, you know what we didn't bring? We did not bring our holy sword. Alright, we'll just see if we can get out of this level then. Oh, what was I saying? We need to see if we can get swift on our pickaxe. That'll make these mining runs easier. So we'll play around with that, I think, in the morning. Alright, here we go. Crab cakes. Well, that was lucky. I'll tell you what, we are 38 levels in a pretty low-key run here. That's doing better than I would have anticipated. Given that we forgot one of our weapons, I suppose we could test to see if we can pull Crusader on our main sword as well. Then we wouldn't have to worry about bringing the holy weapon. So I think we'll play with that. We'll play with that tomorrow. See what we can get. Now this is going to probably be a few reloads, because the order that you do those items in impacts the next one. So like if we do an enchantment on our pickaxe, then we enchant something else. What the first enchantment was, it's kind of like on a table of options. And so sometimes if you're lucky, you can get strategic and, like, say, enchant the pickaxe and it gets swift. And then we enchant the sword and it gets Crusader, right? But if we did it the other way, we enchanted the sword first, we would get a different, like, artful. And then we enchant the pickaxe and it turns into, like, efficient or something like that. So the order can sometimes, you can manipulate that a little bit and use less resources. No worries, welcome back, Jamie. We're just doing a little impromptu skull cavern run here. I forgot my holy sword. I guess we could blow some of these guys up. You can use a bomb. If you knock them down, you can then use a bomb to blow them up. I was trying to push him up into that node. But we didn't quite pull it off. We do need a bug killer weapon as well. I suppose we could, if we got Crusader on this sword, we could theoretically pull our Galaxy sword, make it a bug killer. Cranking them out tonight. Hey, Valactic, how you doing? We're having a good day. I hope you're having a good day as well. Boink, boink. I think there was already some iridium here. Yeah, let's check the rest of the map now. We're getting some nodes. Still no prismatic drop, but alright. I don't see any iridium over there, so we'll go ahead and take the exit. It was 11:30. Probably about to call it here. We want to get back in time to put some stuff in our inventory. Alright, I think that'll do it. Good enough. Okay, let's talk a little bit enchantments here. We're going to need cinder shards. We're going to need prismatics. We're going to try to get Crusader on our sword. We're going to try to get Swift on our pickaxe if we can. I like Swift on the axe as well. Bottomless on the watering can is nice. I don't know if we want to do anything else, but that's what we'll try for. So, what do we need to get? We need... Let's see. We've already done the weapon forging. We don't need that. Combat enchantments. Let's see. Should be 1 prismatic and 20 cinder shards. And then for tool enchantments, is it a prismatic for them as well? Low level weapons. Upgrading, get enchantments. Okay, yada yada. Place low, this could be galaxy weapons, yada yada. Okay, I think it's a prismatic for those as well. Infinity weapons, we're not there yet. Okay. So we need to grab cinder shards. We need to grab prismatics. Probably not going to do trinkets. And we have a full inventory. Alright, let's dump some stuff. Alright. Get our prismatics. Get our cinder shards. And we have wine done again. 280 jade. All right, let's see. Sell, 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 sell. Can sell that. All right. So we're going to want to grab our tools because we might need to do some combinations. So let's grab that. Scythe. Can't do the scythe. Okay. So we could do that. We could do that. Ideally, we want that and that. These are optional, but if we can use them to get to where we want to get to, they might work. We can get bug killer on that, we will. Or on that. 60 to 80. 75 to 90. Dragon tooth bug killer. Ah, I'm kind of digging that. Let's do that. The slammer. I don't know if we have an extra slammer. All right, we'll keep a hold of that for now. Just for the fun of it. Okay. And we should have our... Okay, so what we're basically setting up for is a weapon forging, right? But what we're going to do is we're going to do this in the morning so that if we don't like what we get, we can just restart the day. $91, not too bad. What did we sell? Oh, we sold cheese. Cheese was our big hitter there. Little light on the fish. That's looking good. Okay, when we get back, we're going to play around with weapon forging. We'll walk through that system and kind of see how we can maximize it. Give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Let's get our forging on. So, let's just get ourselves a baseline here. Let's see what happens. All right, so we got powerful. So I'm just gonna start making notes to myself here. So first one was powerful. Now, not everything can get every enchantment, right? So number 2 is swift. So that's one we're going after. So that's in the second slot, and we'll keep that in mind. Now, powerful is not necessarily one I want to use, but we'll do an experiment here, because I can't remember if the weapons co-mingle. All right, we got efficient is our third. Got powerful again. Now, my memory serves that this pattern will stay, but we'll have to double check that as well. Got swift again. So swift right now is sitting in our second and fifth slots. And then efficient. So powerful, swift, efficient, powerful, swift, efficient. Let's see what we get here. This is powerful again. Yeah, okay, so we found I think a pattern here. Powerful. This one's swift. Yep, powerful, swift, efficient. So if this pattern holds, this one should be efficient. Yep, okay. So we got our first pattern, I think, established. Now what we're going to do is we're just going to reload. And we're going to test to see if that pattern holds. Because I think it's supposed to. But I might be wrong. So there's powerful. There's swift. And there's efficient. All right, so we've established that pattern. That should be the same for both the pickaxe and the axe. Actually, pickaxe. There we go. Pickaxe and axe. Efficient, powerful, and swift. They have the same enchantments. So here's something we want to test next. So let's go ahead and reload. Let's grab something else that has efficient. They all have efficient. They all don't have powerful. So let's try the fishing pole. So we got auto hook, the first one. Auto hook, which will put that in the same slot as powerful. Now, if I understand this system correctly, this should give us swift. It does. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to figure out what slot a fishing pole enchantment will get us what we want. So fishing poles can have, let's see, fishing. Where's the rod? Auto hook, efficient, master is usually one we want. Preserving. Yeah. Okay. So here we go. Let's see if we can establish a pattern here. So that was auto hook, right? Next is efficient, which we don't care for. Preserving. Another auto hook. There's master. Preserving. See if I can pick up and auto hook efficient preserving, auto hook master preserving. Would this be auto hook again? Nope, efficient. Not quite the pattern, but lots of auto hooks. Auto hook. All right, we'll do one more. And preserving. Okay, so the only master we got here was slot 5. That's not very good. We might not use the fishing pole. All right, another test we're gonna do here is we use the pickaxe. Now we want to try the axe, and I'm thinking we should get the same pattern, hopefully. But we'll find out. This was powerful, swift, efficient last time we did it. Nope, shaving. All right. That's right, the axe does have one different one. Axe. Efficient, powerful, shaving. Okay. Then swift. Okay, that's in the same slot as the pickaxe. So shaving replaced powerful. Then efficient. Then shaving. Does it not have... They both have efficient. Axe. Axe has powerful. Yeah, swift, efficient, shave. We haven't gotten powerful yet. There's powerful. And efficient. So what I'm doing is I'm just documenting the order that the enchantments hit, because that normally stays the same. There's another swift. Not Harvest Moon, Stardew Valley, but welcome to the chat. Good to see you. Oops. We're at swift. All right, let's see. We'll do 2 more. I've seen those. It's a cool concept. I need to look into that. I like it, Jamie, for sure. I've seen a few people that do that. I've got it on my list of things I need to do. Okay, so let's do this experiment now. If I understand this system, what we should be able to do is if we intermingle some of these, it should just tick. So number 2 is swift on both the axe and the pickaxe. So let's throw this in here. We should get shaving, which we don't want, but now if I throw this in, it should go to swift. Yeah, so that's working the way I thought it did. Okay. Let's test now to see if a weapon will do that. Let's see what we get on our weapons. So let's throw in that guy. See what we get. Bug killer. That's the exact one we want. as a test now, let's see if this goes to Swift. Because that's slot 2. And it does. Okay. So we've got a pattern we're starting to hone in on. We could bug killer the first sword. Then we could Swift. Let's see. This was the axe. The pickaxe. This is the rod. This is the dragon sword. Okay. Sorry, I tabbed out. There we go. Alright, let's see if we can get ourselves a pattern on the sword. So we get bug killer. Haymaker. Not one that I care for. Vampiric. And then we'll see if the other sword follows the same pattern. Okay, there's Crusader. That's the one we want for our dwarf sword. If we can pull it off. Crusader. What else do you have for us, RNG gods and goddesses? Artful. I like that on my hammers. Artful is a good one for the hammers. There's bug killer. Yeah, on the heist thing. Yeah, I said yeah, I think it's a good idea. I'm looking into it. The raid boss is another one. That's kind of cool. As a system. I think Stream Elements can do it. I'm gonna have to look and see. I think it's built into Stream Elements, if I remember right. But I might be wrong there. Alright, bug killer. Alright, so now what we're gonna do is test to see. Yeah, I can't remember the last person I saw. I was watching somebody the other day that had the whole heist and the whole system in place. It was kind of cool. Alright, now we're going to do the same thing with this one and see if we get the same pattern, or if it's different. Alright, there's bug killer. So this should be Haymaker. This should be Vampiric. This should be Crusader. And then this should be, we're going the same pattern, Artful. I think we've proven the pattern. Okay. So both the swords have the same pattern. So we'll make this one the dwarf. Alright, I'm gonna move this so it's easier to deal with. A Stardew theme on it would be really cool. I like that idea. Not just gold, but yeah, the pirate treasure. Trying to think other things that we collect in Stardew. Yeah, but theming it I think is a good idea. I like that for sure. Okay, what else are we sitting on? So we've done the... Let's do this. We've done that one. We've done that one, that one, that one. We've done the fishing rod. Alright, let's do the watering can next. What do we got? Reaching. Don't really care about reaching. Efficient isn't... bad, but not really what we're going for. So the watering can, we'd like to get bottomless is good. Yeah, bottomless is probably the one we want. There's bottomless. So that's slot 3. Reaching. Let's see if this follows the same pattern. Reaching, efficient, bottomless. Reaching, efficient, bottomless. Reaching, efficient, and bottomless. Yep, okay. What's next? We have the hoe and the pan. Yeah, we're gonna reset though. We want a fresh set of RNG here. Where's the hoe? Hoe. Generous. So the hoe can have archaeologist, efficient, generous, reaching, and swift. I honestly don't care much about this one. But if we can use it for a slot filler at some point and get something okay on it, we'll do it. Swift can help. Swift on the hoe actually makes you go through the cycle pretty quick. Archaeologist. Efficient. And then we'll do this to the pan and we'll see if we can find us a pattern that will allow us to get almost all of the enchantments we want at the cheapest price. And that's using the least amount of resources. Now, you could, if you just had a bunch, let's say you had 100 prismatic gems, you know, shards, and you had, you know, thousands of these, you could just do each one till you got the enchantment you wanted and be fine. We're trying to save on our resources. I don't think I spelled efficient right. Here we go. All right, there's another swift, and what will be our last one here? Generous. Probably go after swift on this one. I'm gonna say most likely. Now, if you do this and then you save and go to another day, all this will be different. It resets each day. So don't go through all this pain and then come back to it like the next day and be like, cool, now I'm going to do it, because I believe it resets all this stuff, which would be kind of a pain. All right, we've got generous. Are these the same as... I don't think so. Let's see, pan and hoe. No, they're not the same. They've got a different table, so... Let's see what we can get. Fisher. That one's interesting. It gives you a chance to catch fish. 10% chance of receiving location appropriate fish. If you haven't caught the legends, you can actually get a legendary fish that way. If you want. Archaeologist. Lots of generous. Yeah, no worries. Never worry about saying something twice. I can definitely miss things for sure. Reaching. I don't even know what I want on my pan, honestly. We'll have to think about that here in a second. Another archaeologist. Fisher. Generous. Generous isn't bad. If I recall. And archaeologist. Alright, and we didn't get. Archaeologist, generous, fisher, and reaching. Okay. So we've done a run through here. I'm going to go ahead and shoot. What are you doing? You need to move over here. Okay, so here's the data that we have. We have our dwarf sword and our dragon sword. We're going to want bug killer if we can get it. And we're going to want crusader. So basically we have slots, right? So the first enchantment will give us 1. The second one will give us 2, 3. So if we do 8, 9 enchantments on anything, but if you do the first enchantment on the bug killer, then the next enchantment's going to be this row. And we want to get swift, and then we're going to need that swift. So the pickaxe and the axe, we want swift. So that's 1, that's 2. We'll do 4 and 5. Oh, that's a problem here. Because master is what we really want on the fishing rod. So we might have to move down to slot 8 for swift there if we pull master here. Alright, let's see. On the watering can, bottomless. Ooh, we've got a slot for bottomless. Let's try that. So that's slot 3. So bug killer, swift, bottomless, crusader, master. Then what's that leave for the hoe and the pan? So the hoe, archaeologist, double chance of finding artifacts, we don't care. Extra artifact troves, we don't care. We don't want archaeologist. Efficient, no energy drain on the hoe. I'd like a swift on the hoe as well. Maybe. We'll see. Let's see. Generous, 50% of double item digging. Yeah, we don't care about that. Reaching, increased charge up, grab capacity, and swift. Alright, we might have to extend this a little bit, but let's see. Let's go to the pan. Archaeologist, 4 times the artifact troves, more bone fragments. Yeah, I don't care. Increase maximum amount of found non-ore items. Generous might not be bad. Fisher, I don't care. Reaching, I don't care. So generous on our pan would be good. Which means if we go generous here, we'll turn bug killer off here. And turn bug killer on here. Okay, so that's slot 1, slot 2, slot 3, slot 4. That needs to be slot 5. Because that's the only master that popped up. So we have to use that. Bug killer for slot 6. So really, slot 7 right now. Oh, okay, wait a minute. Here's what we do. Let's move the axe down to slot 7 for swift. Then we could grab swift on the hoe up here. Okay, slot 1, 2, or row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I think that'll work. That's true. Yeah, the shells is interesting. I'm trying to think. Like the casino uses. We could actually do things with like the slot machine in the casino, because that's like milk and diamonds and star drops that have different things. I'll have to look into it. Yeah, I've seen other people use it. I mean, coins or gold would work, you know, as well. So, okay. If I've got this figured out right, if we want generous on our pan, let's double check that. But I don't think anything else. Maximum amount of found non-ore items. See pans for details. Let's double check that and see if that's what I think it is. Four special items for panning. Let's see, does this say generous anywhere? The generous enchantment increases the cap by 2. Okay, in addition, very special items can be achieved. The number of rolls around the item, yada yada yada. For example, for an iridium pan enchanted with generous, there's 55% base chance roll succeed modified by luck. Increases the cap by 2. Items contain random number of 1 or type, 3 to 9 copper, yada yada yada. Okay, pan level increases. Special items can be achieved. The number of rolls the items are random and it's affected by the type of pan used. Luck level, the type of... Okay, yeah. I think generous might be our best bet. I never have an issue with reaching. Okay, I believe this will work. Last check here. Generous, Swift, Bottomless, Crusader, Master, Bug Killer, Swift, and Swift. All right, let's give this a shot. Here we go. Now, why are we doing this? Again, if you have the resources, you could just pick one of your things, just redo it until you get the thing you want. Then go to the next one, redo it until the one you want. But you're burning through resources to do that. By doing it this way, what we're hoping to do, so pan will be first, then the hoe, is only have to use 8 of our prismatic shards. And if this works, then we're good. All right, watering can is 3rd. Dwarf sword is 4th. Fishing rod is 5th. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's a multi-year project. I haven't shaved in years. But thank you. I appreciate it. Let's see. What's after the fishing rod? Bug killer on the dragon sword. Swift on the axe. And swift on the pickaxe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. If this works, we're golden. Alright, so pan first. This should give us generous. Hoe next. This should give us swift. Oh yeah, there's absolutely a lot of Star Wars in our background. I'll pop open real quick here. There we go. Yeah, Star Wars is a theme for what we do, for sure. Star Wars and technology. There's old gaming tech back there as well. Oops, wrong button. Let's move me back up there. Okay, so the hoe is swift. The watering can. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Star Wars has been a lifelong obsession. Yep, there's a power glove and a Commodore VIC-20 down there. Alright, dwarf sword should be Crusader. The fishing rod should be Master. The dragon tooths should be Bug Killer. Oh, very cool. Very cool. That's a cool machine. This should be swift. No, efficient. All right. Well, then what's this one? We got off one. And that's swift. All right. If we can pull efficient or swift here. Shaving. All right. Something's off. It almost worked. I think I saw something about that. Yeah. I've got some people I know as well have been running a custom Commodore operating system. Okay. The axe broke. Well. Alright, we need to redo our axe. So that unfortunately worked. 7 out of the 8 worked. But we got to recheck our axe data because it got messed up. Alright, let's see. Axe. I wonder if I accidentally put the pickaxe up there once or something and messed it up. So let's move these down so I don't accidentally do that. Alright, shaving. That's correct. This should be swift. This should be efficient. This should be shaving. This should be powerful. This should be efficient. So this was the one that got messed up. No, that's swift. Something didn't quite work out. Shaving, and then efficient. Alright, powerful, swift, efficient. Well, if we have to burn 2, we could theoretically burn... No? What about the hoe? I'm trying to find one to swap. Alright, let's just do it again in case it was a bug. But something there got a little funky and I don't know why. Because it should have worked. Let's just see if maybe one was glitched. Okay. Pan first. This should be generous. Hoe second. For swift. Generous and swift. Watering can third for bottomless. Dwarf sword fourth for crusader. There we go. Fishing rod 5th for master. Dragon sword 6th for our bug killer. Which, if we have to take one out, we could take the bug killer out. But nothing else is swift in that slot. Alright, this is where it went weird on us here. Is this should be swift for the axe. And it's efficient. Why are you efficient? It's almost like one didn't use a slot. Oh, you know what no, they're not back to back. I think sometimes if you do like a weapon back to back, it'll give you a problem. All right, well, let's do this. Will this go to swift next? Okay, it will. So now we're back on track. So what about you? Are you going to be efficient or swift? Efficient. Okay, well, I don't see another path. So if I've got my pattern right, though, this should go to powerful and then swift. So we'll use 10 instead of 8. There's powerful. We are manipulating the system. So basically, there it is. I have certain enchantments that I want, right? I want generous, I want swift, I want bottomless, crusader. So what I've done is I've gone through and I've mapped out, if you just do an enchantment on the dwarf sword, they're in this order. If you do it on the dragon sword, they're in this order. If you do it on the axe, they're in this order. But what's interesting about the way the system works is it doesn't matter which one of these you do an enchantment on, it will use up this row. So when we do the pan, the next enchantment is going to be one of these enchantments. And then the third is going to be one of these. And so basically what we did is we mapped out the order that we did the enchantments. Otherwise, like let's say I wanted this master, I'd have to do enchantment, 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 and I would get to master, but I would use up 5 items. But this way I get the enchantment I want all the way down the line and only use 1 per enchantment. Now, there's something buggy that happened right here. If we do the axe in this order, it works. It might be because we did the axe and the pickaxe back to back. I don't know. There's something funky here. So we should have gotten swift and swift, but we didn't. We got efficient. And so we had to bump it to, ooh, okay, I want to try, no, we can't do that. So we had to do it twice in a row to get to this swift, but then this one went to efficient, which basically meant we had to do a powerful and a swift. So basically it's just manipulating the RNG and the table of data to try to get the things in the order we want so we don't waste resources. That's what we did. So now all of our weapons and everything have the enchantment that we want on them. We've got a crusader sword. We've got a swift pickaxe. We have a swift axe. We have a master fishing pole that raises your fishing level. We have a bug killer for skull cavern runs. We have a bottomless watering can, so we never have to refill it. We have a fast hoe, and we have a generous pan that will give us more items. And instead of using 40, 50 prismatic shards, we used 10. So it was just a little manipulation of the game systems to get us the most efficient thing we could get. Game Systems 101. All right. And none of that took any time. It's still 6 a.m. So now we shall continue with the day. Let's see what we get. Yeah, I like digging into how game systems work. So it's kind of a cool hobby, if you will. Systems design is kind of a thing. All right, this we can actually move now. So we'll put that down there. And this will be for another day. We can do the same thing on our trinkets. Actually, no, you can't. Trinkets are just random. So basically, you just RNG that one. All right, let's eat some crab cakes for breakfast. Followed by a chaser of triple shot espresso. That is a healthy breakfast there. All right, let's go ahead and we don't need that in there anymore. Let's see. We're going to need to use that. Hey, we appreciate it. Blue Chicken for the sub. Thank you so much. Look forward to seeing you again, my friend. Take it easy. Okay, so we can ditch this now. We don't need it anymore because this has Crusader on it. Which means now we can kill the mummies with our main sword. All right, let's go ahead and harvest. All right. Kerplunk, kerplunk, kerplunk. Let's see. Put those away. sold, 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 sold. Sold, sold. All right, everything else goes to storage. And then we have wine. Got wine to do today. Which hopefully means... Oh, that'd be cool. Oh, we'd have to pick which one we raid, though, if they're playing together. Alright, let's go check on resin. Beautiful. Alright, let's go ahead and build ourselves 14 more kegs. And we'll start working on these up here. And then we want a gap there, right? So this one goes here. There we go. That should work. Okay, we are down to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 16, 17, we only need 18 more. So that's one more harvest and then the next day. Oh, okay, just Michelle. God, that would be a tough choice if we had to choose between them on who to raid. All right, so like we always do, is we'll pull out that pile, and that'll be our 137 that we know we need to fill up every keg in here. Oh, no worries, no worries. I do the same thing, especially with the cozies and the cows and the classies and the... There's a lot of overlap and similarities in all of those words. Welcome back. Hope the puppers had a good walk. Yeah, it still would have... I mean, when we went to raid, it would have showed up. Alright. We used it all up. Alright, on to the next. I'm not going to do the math on this one either. Although we probably could. We'll just be careful. I usually do okay. I don't miss many. Especially when we go over them more than once. Obviously, if any of you guys see one that I missed, feel free to shout it out in the chat. Pretty good, actually. We just went through and kind of gamed the enchantment system so that all of our tools and weapons now have enchantments on them. But we did it in a way to not use many resources, right? So we have Swift and, well, they're not all with me now, Crusader and a bunch of stuff. But we completely did a manipulation of how the system works. So we only had to use 10 prismatic shards to pull it off. There we go. So we started with 500 and we went to 243. So we used 257 for that run. So I have to make sure we always have... Well, let's see. We always need to make sure we have 274. would be a max on both. All right, did we drop that off? We did. All right, that's going to be our second big wine sale of the stream. Yeah, it's a little bit of, I guess, what you call save scumming, right? We load up the game, we do a bunch of stuff, we reload the game, we do a bunch of stuff, we do a bunch of game. But basically what we came up with was this chart, which basically is, these are the order that the enchantments are going to take place on each thing. So if I enchant the pan, it's going to use up row 1. The next enchantment is going to pick something from row 2. The third enchantment is going to pick something from row 3. So if we manipulate the order that we enchant things in, we can get the enchantment we want on the first try, as opposed to, like, if we did the rod, you could do enchantment, 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 and it would take you 5 to get to the one you wanted. So we just kind of took advantage of how the system works in order to get the enchantments that we want at the lowest price we could. There was one little glitch. I'm about to dig into it, but the axe order got off somehow. So something ahead of it didn't trigger the axe chart to work. So we ended up doing it in 10 instead of 8, which wasn't the most efficient, but it was pretty efficient. We'll take it. We had 14 prismatic shards, so as long as we could do it in 14, we were fine. All right, Jamie, so my plan is this. I do believe during the... we've got Trout Derby coming up. I can't imagine we won't get at least one cracker during the Trout Derby. So Jamie Duck is on deck to get the next animal cracker. All right. Well, what I did isn't necessarily, you don't have to do it that way. But yeah, I can walk you through it if it's something you're interested in. It's a mid to late game thing. Like, it's not something you can do until you get to Ginger Island. I don't think. Yeah, you couldn't do it before Ginger Island. Oh, so did you get your goats? Wasn't that the goal of last night's stream? I haven't gotten far enough to see. Boop, 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 boop. All right, check the greenhouse. No grapes, but we have coffee. Boop, boop. Banana, banana, mango, mango. Did we miss any coffee? Nope. I don't think we need to put any of this over here anymore. Not until we start getting gold. So we'll just sell this stuff off. No worries, no worries. Too much fruit. Cooking up the bass. Okay, I don't remember what the spirits were at, so I have to go back and check that. Don't know if today's a good mining day or not. Let's go check. Nope, annoyed. Yeah, I think I saw you get the cows, so I made it that far. I love selling cheese. Okay, tomorrow's Trout Derby, Sunday's Trout Derby, Monday's Harvest. I think we can get to another harvest. That'll probably be where we wrap up for today's stream. It's 3 o'clock. I don't know that we need to make a mining run, but let's go test out this new axe. So we now have the Swift axe. And let's go ahead and pop out to our quarry, which still has our green rain trees that we've set up. And we'll show you the difference. It says a 33% improvement in speed, but it feels, to me, it feels faster than that. So, all right, let's see if we can get down here to the bottom. Are you ready? Woohoo! Now that's the way to chop trees. No tree is safe. Let the deforestation begin. Boink, boink. Oh yeah, this is the only way to chop trees, my friends. This is why we pick Swift. Because by this time in the game, energy doesn't matter. Right, we got plenty of food. You know it, Paul freaking Bunyan here. Ooh, I don't think I can get to that tree. Not until that one dies. We'll just leave it. Or grows up. I mean, we could take that one out if we wanted to, I guess. We'll just let it grow. Now, Swift on the pickaxe, you'll also notice in mining runs, if you use the pickaxe a lot. Now, we use a lot of bombs, but the mining, it can help as well. But you can also see why we planted all these trees up here before the green rain, because all these trees basically instantly grew. So we just got a whole lot of free trees, free wood. Now again, pickaxe is the same way. That first year is pretty crazy, right? You've had a good first year. Don't cut yourself short, right? You've accomplished a lot. Oh, killed one tree. Actually, that was pretty good. We only messed up one tree. Not too bad. Alright, it's 8 o'clock. Let's go ahead and... What do you think? Radioactive. I think we're pretty good on the rest of the ore, so let's do a 10 level radioactive run. I don't think I brought my bombs. I did not. Well, we're going to test this new pickaxe. I mean, we could go get our bombs, but... Let's see, bombs. Actually, dwarf probably need to reload our bomb supply here a little bit. What are we at? 85? Alright, that should give us enough for a while. Give me cheese. Don't really need the gold. What we're really looking for here is radioactive, but I don't think we have that good of spirits, so we're probably not going to grab a lot. Absolutely. Oh, yeah, iridium bar. Yeah, it is. The way I've always said it is the game definitely feels like, come on, go downstairs. There's never quite enough time to get everything done that you want to get done, but you always feel like you got stuff done. I guess I'm going to say I always feel like I have about 80 to 90% of the stuff done in a day I want to get done. Hey Lisa, how you doing? Yeah, that's the other thing, is you're starting to pick up on those kind of patterns as well, right? Like, you're experienced enough now that you know what you're looking for. When you first start, that's not something that you really can do, so... And I heard you've gone to the dark side of spreadsheets. You know a game is something when you start using spreadsheets to keep track of stuff. Well, we're gonna replenish our gold supply here. Yeah, I think, again, my first playthrough... Z, to give you an idea how far ahead of me you are, my first playthrough, I didn't finish the community center until summer of year 3. Mostly because I didn't know what I was doing. I think I had to wait on a pufferfish. I had never caught a pufferfish for some reason, or sold it or something like that. Alright. Well, we didn't get any radioactive, but we got a good run in there. Yeah, that's pretty common. It always feels like if I only had a little bit more time, just a little more time, I could get X done or Y done. Okay, we're over our 100 goal on all the ore except radioactive, which is a pain. All right, let's see how much of this we can grab before we go to bed. Oops. We didn't make it. Yeah, if you're struggling on the fishing, for sure. I was year 3 for the community center, I think, and year 6 for perfection on my first playthrough, which is pretty crazy. We're going to hit perfection fall of year 3 in this playthrough. Now, it was a Joja run, which definitely helped as well, but definitely a different playthrough for sure. Okay, we have the Trout Derby up next, so we'll get in the morning. We will sort our inventory real quick, and then we're going to go fishing. We'll see. We'll see. I think you're set up. I always think of it like this. In your first playthrough, year 1 is a tutorial, right? So I think of year 1 as just you are learning everything, which means in your first playthrough, you can make a good run at the community center in year 2. There's always that like, oops, I didn't get this, or I forgot to do that. And it might take till year 3. But I think you're probably staged to do it by the end of year 2, because you've got your foundation in now, right? That's what year 1's about. So as long as you got that foundation, I think you're doing well. All right, give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Yeah, I mean, if you're having fun, then the pace is what the pace is meant to be. No worries. Don't, like, it's easy to say, but try not to get caught up on speed comparisons or anything like that. As long as you're having fun. Alright, neither one of those are really going to matter. Okay, we have good-humored spirits. Alright, we're not messing around today. I think... we should probably check the animals. The energy in our bodies fluctuates just as the seasons do. Understanding your own unique rhythm is the first step to inner harmony. Deep Thoughts by Emily. Alright, I'm thinking... let's go ahead and do our chores. I don't want to get too far behind on eggs and cheese, mayo and milk. I never thought of like a playthrough where you just kind of whatever. I'm just gonna do whatever I want. Doesn't really matter what the townsfolk want. Won't matter what anybody wants. I'm just gonna do my thing. I like it actually. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. All right, let's see. Sold. We have eggs left. Sold. Eggs. Sold. And sold. Geodes. I've actually, on my list, I've got a playthrough I've always wanted to do where I essentially set up a zoo. And that's it. That's all I care about. We're just gonna collect the animals and do whatever the animals need. It's on my list of ideas I've always wanted, or I want to do. Yeah. Raisins. All right, 8 o'clock. 2 hours to get through our workload. So let's go ahead and get our fishing pole. We have 46 rainbow trout bait. And we'll take our bait maker just in case. Hopefully the 46... Actually, I don't think I'll get through both days with 46, but it'll be close. We'll catch enough that we should be fine. Alright, we'll set that up. Throw that bait in there. Right, how are we on tackle? We could use up some of our cork bobbers. Get more, maybe catch a few more iridium quality. We do have our master level on our fishing pole now, though. Let's see, what do I want to take? Good question. I'm torn. We'll just take... Actually, you know what? Let's take 2 of each. We'll play around with it. Okay. Anything else? Don't think so. Yeah, it's definitely a different way of playing. I don't want to be a full-on speed run. I do things quickly, just because I've played so much, but... I don't know, I don't really think of myself as speed running the game, per se. But maybe I do now, I don't know. There you go, buddy. Alright. Here we go. Oh, I appreciate it, thanks. Oh yeah, no pressure. I don't have any... Well, there we go. There's Jamie's animal cracker. So that's done. That didn't take long. Alright, we're 1 for 1. Alright, so our mastery, +1 mastery on our fishing rod is not enough to give us iridium. When we don't get a perfect, but I didn't think it would. It does make our fishing bar bigger, makes life easier. Alright, we're 1 for 2. One for 3. Alright, 33%. If we hit 33%, that's okay. That's a good rate. 20 to 30 is usually our goal. Hey, Soulfire, how you doing? Good to see you. Alright, we're 1 for 4. 25%. See how much I can do math in my head today. Two for 5, back up to 40%. So we went from 25% to 40% in one tag. Two for 6, back down to 33%. Three for 7, feeling good. Not doing that one in my head. It's 40 something. That doesn't feel like a rainbow trout. Dirty, dirty chub. You go over there. Alright, we're still 3 for 7. We only count the ones that are trout because they're the only ones that can give us tickets. So the chub doesn't count. Oh, 4 for 8. That's a 50%er there. Four for 9. All right. What is number 10? 4 for 10. All right, we're at 40%. Actually, I don't think we did the... I'm showing 31 likes. I don't know what you guys are showing. We haven't done our 30 like rave yet. Let's go ahead and do a Trout Derby rave. 40% on our tags. That's rave worthy, if nothing else. Boop, 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 boop. All right, you guys can't hear the game. Turn that off. Turn on the chickens. And away we go. Hold on, just make sure the audio's on. There we go. Yep, you guys should be good. Okay. Crank it up. All right, just noticed the playlist started at the last song and not the first song on the list. So let's go ahead and fire that one up. There we go. That's a little more familiar. Although that last one was my favorite. Let's do a little Emily's dance. Let's rock and roll. You missed it. Uh-oh. How did you miss it? There you go. You're catching up. All right. Well, here's what we'll do. We'll fish a little bit. How about we fish to one more round of that. There you go. And get your own little mini rave on. All right, I love that song, but it's hard to fish to. It's hard to hear the fishing sounds. All right, let's go ahead and move this stuff back. Turn the game audio back on. There we go. All right, everything should be good to go now. All right, we're 5 for 12. We're actually doing quite well. Not like our, what were we, like 4 for 20 or 4 for 30, I think, last year? We did horrible last year. That's not even a trout. Oh, it is. Didn't feel like one. Okay, 5 for 13. I mean, if we go 5 for 15, that's still 33%. So we're well ahead of the curve here. Uh-oh. We don't want to talk too much, though. We might have taunted the RNG. There we go. 6 for 15. That is doing actually very well. And an animal cracker. The Jamie cracker. Did you get anything accomplished that you wanted to get accomplished? Alright, let's try some cork bobber. See what that feels like. I haven't done that in a while. 7 for 16. Almost at 50%. Okay, Z, you've become a fishing master. Have you ever steered your bobber to a new location that's not straight ahead of you? Oh, look how much bigger that bar is with the 2 cork bobbers. It's monstrous. Well, you got to the checkpoint, but that sounds stressful. Oh, that, but what about this? Here, watch this. You ready? Can you steer your thing like that over to the side? How about that one? Super cast. Or we can make it go way over there if we want to do that as well. That's probably wise, Lisa. Basically, Z is right when you start casting, press W, A, S, or D on your keyboard, and you can steer it in that direction. So that time I press D to make it go to the right there. If you press A, and then obviously W and S if you're fishing sideways. So if you're trying to get to like a bubble spot, let's say there was a bubble spot you couldn't quite get to, you can actually steer the thing over. I don't think that's one that a lot of people know about. So if you're trying to get to a certain spot, most of the time I don't use it. There's no need to. But let's say we were trying to get to this over here and we couldn't get there any other way. Right? We could try to force our bobber over a little bit to try to get closer to a spot. It'll go about, what, a tile and a half, 2 tiles, something like that. It's one of those things that's useful every once in a while. Like I said, 99% of the time, I just cast straight ahead. There's no reason not to, but... There we go. Okay, 18... 8 for 24. That puts us firmly at the 33% range. That's not too bad at all. Way better this year than last year. 9 for 25. Rocking it. I get max, I don't know, maybe half the time. I'm pretty close most of the time, but... Holy cow, 10 for 26. So, again, I think we got 5 in the entire fishing day last year on day 1. So we rocked it today. Alright, let's see if I can get max a bunch of times in a row. There's a max. I actually don't pay much attention to if I hit max or not. So maybe I'm good at it, maybe I'm not. I don't know. See, that one wasn't technically a max. It was close, but... Nope, came up short on that one too. Now you got me in my head about it. Man, without those trap bobbers, that bar drops so much faster. Nah, I'm probably doing exactly the same as I always do. I'm just paying attention to it now. It's all good. There we go. Now we're back in the max. Yeah, I feel like we need to go back to our trap bobbers. Cork's nice for easy catches, but you're chasing after, like that one looked max, but wasn't quite there. Chasing after treasure chests. Those trap bobbers are nice. Wow, that's 14. Should we go for 20? Let's see if we can drop 20 tickets, 20 tags today. Get 2 of each prize on day 1. See, now I said it out loud. RNG's about to bite us. It's about to say, you thought you were doing good? Let me tell you. Let me tell you about how the world works. It's only 7 o'clock. There's a bubble spot. I think that's a little far to get to. Unless we go around. Is it going to be worth it? If it lasts a long time, it will be. Holy cow, we burnt through that tackle. Well, I guess we're going back to trap bobbers, because I only brought the 2 cork bobbers. Oh, look how much smaller the bar is. I actually like the trap bobbers. I'm pretty good at keeping, especially these trout. They don't move around a lot. Yeah, it's pretty, especially with the 2. Because remember, we've got the advanced rod, so we've got 2 of each. You can mix and match, though. Like, we could run 1 cork and 1 trap. Then we get a bigger bar and a slower drop. That's a decent strategy as well. I tend to min-max a little bit. Where we're just... We'll run the 2 trap bobbers. Alright, this bubble spot's been good, though. It lasted long enough to make it worth coming down here. It would have lasted like 3 casts and then went away. Those were frustrating. Man, that one was hitting before it even hit the water, I think. The fish jumped out of the water and grabbed the bait. That's 18. We're making a play at this 20. I think I hit 40 in one event one time. Oh, we used up our bait, though. And I don't have my bait maker with me. Alright, well, unfortunately we're going to have to give up the bubble spot because we need bait. Okay, I quit doing the math. Let's calculate where we're at before we do anything here. We're 18 of 26, 32, 42. Wow, 18 to 36 would be 50%. That's a 42% hit rate. That's insane. That's actually an amazing amount, actually. I'm happy if we hit 25 to 30. 42% is crazy. All right. Let's burn through a couple fish here. All right. We're not going back to that bubble spot, though. We'll just work from here now. It went away anyway, so we didn't actually lose a lot. Maybe 3 or 4 casts. All right, 2 more. Give us 2 more. Seems reasonable. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. Fish tags. Fish heads, fish heads. Roly-poly fish heads. Fish heads, fish heads. Eat them up, yum. Fish, 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 fish. Uh-oh, we've hit a dry streak. RNG giveth, and RNG taketh away. There we go. Back on track. Alright, 19. I took a fish head to see a movie. Didn't have to pay to get him in. One more. 11-10. It's within striking distance. Dirty, nasty bream. Eating our rainbow trout bait. Ruining our chances to eat some cheese here. Might eat that bream just to show it, prove it. Show the other bream not to mess with us. There it is, 20 tags. Okay, let's be sure not to pass out. Actually, yeah, we have enough in case we get in trouble. Alright. A couple of things we need to do before we go home here. Ooh, that was risky, I guess, but we're alright. Alright, let's just dump most of this stuff. The rest of this we'll take back with us. Alright, here we go. Mystery box. We might not be able to get through all these today. We'll see how fast. Yeah, we'll be all right. It pauses in the menu, so you just lose a few seconds between each clicking. So if you spam click it, we should be able to get through all this. Alright, so mystery box is the first one, so we're halfway through. And the diamond. The painting, or the mounted trout, I guess. Not painting. Probably a actual trout. Bait. Yeah, I don't think there's a point in doing an odd non-denominator of 10, if you will. Warp totems we don't use anymore. Yeah, we blew away the competition. They didn't stand a chance. Alright, let's see. What should we take with us? We'll take the ore. Can sell that. We'll leave the bait here. Take that to process. Take that to process. Things that we're not going to do anything with, we'll just leave here for right now. Decorations. Store it, store it, store it, store it, sell it. That stuff can stay. Store the book. Alright. That's all stuff we're going to get more of tomorrow. So we'll stack those up. Did that take energy? No. Okay. It just wiggled our bar. That's right. Fear us. Fear our fishing prowess. Alright, let's see. Anything to sell? You know it. Joja all the way. Let's see. Let's go take a look at fish. Make sure we don't want to keep any of these. Bream, I think we're fine on. Pike. We're fine on. Chub, I'm sure we're fine on. Trout, we've got 4. You know what? I don't know why we need to keep more, but alright, the rest of this we can deal with. Alright. So we went through 40 some bait, but we did also catch what? 30, 40, 44, about 47 fish, so we'll make some more bait tomorrow. Let's sell that. Sell that. The rest of the stuff I think we'll keep. Drop that off. Well, the fish smoker's going to stay busy. We'll take 5 of those with us. Right, we need to grab some coal. Let's grab... I'll throw 100 coal in there. That'll cook a lot of fish. Geode. That's doing well. Doing well. Hit that like button. Like, share, subscribe. Isn't that what they all say? Alright, 120. Let's keep Probably don't need 5 ancient dolls, but we're keeping them. We don't want to upset the spirits by getting rid of our ancient dolls. Okay. Tomorrow we need to find... I think it's Duck Jamie, right? And give her an animal cracker. Take that down to make bait out of. That just needs to get stored. Which we can do tomorrow. Sell it, sell, sell, sell. Cheese. Coffee. 140. Our inventory's clean, except for the crap we left down on the shoreline down there. Let's get back to bed. Alright. We really don't need those things. Alright. I think we're good to go. Let's get ourselves to bed. Actually, better sales than I would have thought, given that we fished all day. And we have more fish to cook than we know what to do with, so... Might even look to maybe setting up a second fish smoker. We'll see. Alright, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Day 2 of the Trout Derby. Let's see if the spirits are on our side today. That might not be good. That doesn't help us at all. None of this matters today. Alright. We'll go ahead and crab cake up. We've got them, why not use them? Alright, don't know where the family's at. There's the Tyke. There's Emily. Spend some time with the parrot. Whatever you say. Alright, well, the spirits are not on our side. Alright, we have to find Jamie Duck. That's Debbie Duck. There's a duck up there. That's McCassie Duck. There's Jamie Duck. There we go. Jamie Duck has her animal cracker. Yeah, it's nice cow, but we want to get in the building, please. Please and thank you. Alright, what do we got? Three. Alright, we are milked up. Truffles. Two. Right, and sold. Cloth. Sold. Alright, what are the ingredients for a fish smoker? It's all the different cave jellies, right? Is that right? Geocrusher. I always miss them. There it is. Cave jellies. Yeah, we don't have any cave jellies. Alright, well, we're not making another one anyways. It'll get done in time. I'm not worried about it, but we do have a lot of fish in there. What do we got? 30, 37, 38, 39, 40. 50 some fish in there. Okay, let's see. The 21st, we probably should go check our greenhouse. We have grapes, we have coffee, we have fruit. Oh my. Oh my. Clean and clear. All right, let's go sell some stuff, and then we'll get to the fishing. Those are actually almost done. Once our mushrooms are done, we can crank up the grapes and the other ones if we need to. Alright, let's drop this off. And to the Derby. Rock and roll. We are back to dominate the competition. Here we go. I don't know if we're going to pull 40 again. Or 20 again. To get to 40. That was pretty crazy. Well, who knows? I did see that we had perturbed spirits today, so... That's... I don't know if it's luck infected or not. Oh, we got our first one already. But one... A sample size of 1 means nothing. We tried to make his run there at the end, you see that? Now, a sample size of 2, on the other hand, is a pattern. Absolutely, Z. Thanks for hanging out with us. We appreciate you. Have a great night. Alright, well, we're off to a good start here. I think we're 3 for 3 or something like that. And then a gross pike took our bait. Well, we're knocking tickets out today. Or tags, apologies. And another cracker. Awesome, awesome. So we're just gonna sell that, sell that. Hey! Ribbon... Hold on. Let me see if I can read that correctly. Mandershide? Hopefully I said that right. Apologies if I hosed that up. Yeah, I actually do this a lot of that the same way. I'll work on the main monitor and have a stream or something else playing on the second monitor. Well, hopefully our chill vibe made your drawing session go well. That's what we're hoping for. I think we get a lot of auto plays that direct here. The algorithm treats us well on that front. Do you play Stardew? Or cozy games at all, or is it just randomly sending you our way? Well, hopefully you've been subtly entertained and inspired to draw amazingly cool stuff. Drawing's always a talent that impresses me. What really is impressive is people who have a natural talent and put the work in to be awesome. That's always great to see. Come on, fishy. The 4-player stuff sounds fun. I've never done any co-op. Always just done solo. Oh, we're ripping through the tags again. Alright, what are we at for bait? 65. We have plenty of bait. That should get us through the day. Hopefully. If you don't mind me asking, what kind of artwork are you doing? What are you drawing? Feel free to not share as well. Sometimes people's art is a very personal thing. Completely understand either way. Alright, well, we're making good progress. We're already at six tags. Abigail's walking in the top corner there. You guys can kind of see it behind the camera. Going out to stand next to the Wizard's Tower for no apparent reason. Depends on your conspiracy theories. Alright. Are we going to go for 20 today? I don't know. We'll see how things go. I completely understand the... I don't know, there's two ways it could be going for you. I don't know for sure, but... the over-planning or the hesitancy to pull the trigger. I've been in both situations. Completely understand both. I think I made this channel and didn't do anything with it for almost a year. If I remember right. And then we've started and stopped essentially 2 or 3 different times over the years, but this last time seems to have caught some attention. We're moderately growing, which has been fun. So you're just working on your, like, channel banners, channel logo type stuff? Or is the drawing actually going to be the content for the channel? I've watched people like pixel artists just stream their pixel art, and it's fascinating to watch. Watching somebody who has a skill is just inspiring. Alright, I don't think we need to make any more trout bait. We have 85. Should be enough to get us through the event. And then some, actually. We'll have a bunch left over. So now we'll just start collecting trout. That's 9. We could make a run at 20 again. Get a 40 day, 40 event. Question we have to ask ourselves is, do we call it after today and push the harvest to tomorrow's stream? Do we want to be 78% done or 88% done? Either way, tomorrow's stream will hit perfection. Just kind of depends on how we want to put it in. Might do the 78%, because then we could launch tomorrow's stream with a harvest and drop 1 million right away. Build that excitement early in the video, if you will. Alright, we're at 10 at 640, which is about an hour later than we hit it yesterday. But I also don't know if we started at the same time. That's what I'm leaning towards. I think probably end after this day. Oh crap, you know what we didn't do? Alright. I wonder if we should cut this short. Nah, let's see. We'll see how it goes. I kind of want the 40. But we need to get out to the desert and turn in our jade. Because we are really low on staircases. And if we don't get it today, any Skull Cavern runs for next week would be more difficult. So let's see how this goes, but we might have to cut it short. Go to the desert. It's a quick trip. Holy cow. If they're going to keep giving us animal crackers, we're staying. Oh, okay. So you're making a whole bunch of different poses that will then animate? That's kind of cool. I've watched a couple of VTubers. Holy cow. No, I'm going to keep fishing as they keep giving us animal crackers. The 12-inch straw. Okay. I messed around a little bit with, not on stream or anything, just for the fun of it. I think it was the Adobe Character Creator or something like that. And that's how it worked, right? It had a bunch of different drawings that it would animate between based off of your facial camera and voice. It was pretty cool. Well, that's cool. Alright, we've definitely slowed down. We're only at 11. So I don't think we're going to pull a 20 today. Unless we go on a streak here. Alright, there we go. See, the RNG is just keeping us engaged just long enough to make us doubt our want to leave. Alright, here's what we're going to do. I'm still going to make a run at it, but I think it's irresponsible to not get our staircases. So we'll just pop out to the desert real quick. Take care of a little transaction. We won't do anything else. There we go. 300 staircases. And then back to fishing. Alright, I'm not sure what time we left. That cost us probably a half an hour, 40 minutes. I had to guess. 10 o'clock, we're not pulling 8. Push it to 3 hours, but that would be almost 3 an hour. Don't foresee that happening. But still, we're at 32 for the event. And we didn't start at 6, so we're doing all right. No complaints, not like last year. Last year, legitimate complaints. We were cheated. This year, tickets were much more generous. We did have negative spirits today as well, and again, I don't know if that affects the tag distribution, but yeah, we only got one or two in that hour. Alright, well, the way RNG works, we could go on a crazy run. Get like 4 or 5 in a row. But I have a feeling that we're not going to get to 20. 15 would be 35. That's not bad. And 4 animal crackers. That's insane. Happy with that. That means the rest of our ducks and I guess we'll start on chickens. I don't know. I don't think all we have left is after the ducks, I think it's just pigs and rabbits. I think everything else already has a cracker, so guess we'll start the chicken crackers. Alright, we'll go till 1. See what we can nab here, but I think we're stalling out. 15 though. Not too bad. All right, 4. So you have to have time to actually collect the prizes as well, right? We can't go till 150. Otherwise, we won't be able to pick up our prizes. So I think that's about it. Push our luck here a little bit. But. Alright, let's go ahead and guess move the horse. Jeez. Move the horse out of the way. Alright, so oops, those won't stack. Alright, those are prizes that will stack. And another trout. Bling. Bling. Ding. Oh, we got another trout. We've wrapped around the items. We're turning in all of our tags for the Trout Derby. So those are all the different, just claiming of the prizes. Okay, let's see. Can leave that stuff out here. We'll come back and get it tomorrow. Okay, we're gonna want that. I think that will just get rid of. Okay, let's see. Take that back, that one. Let's see if I sell 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, 7. We might be able to actually get most of this back. We'll go ahead and just make a little bit less money. We're going to sell these things anyway. So there's no point in really worrying about. I think it's 40% you lose. 6, 7. There we go. I think that'll give us enough. Enough space. It does. Alright, I don't have my pickaxe or any of my tools, which means we're just going to have to leave this stuff down here, I think. Yep. I don't draw anymore. My art days are long behind us. I was never much of a drawing person. I did a lot of 3D work, like in Max, use Softimage, Alias Wavefront, a lot of those kind of things. So commercial arty type things, asset creation, if you will. But no, I drew in high school, things like that, but I was never that good of an artist. I would say good. That's probably about as far as I got. At 140, how much do we want to risk cleaning out our inventory here? I have a feeling we're about to tip over to 150. Yep. All right. That's a tomorrow thing. So we'll clean up this mess of an inventory tomorrow. Storage, 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 storage. Storage, storage, storage. Process. Storage, storage. Let's see, these go to the rares chest. All of that gets processed. Rares chest. Ore goes to the ores chest. That goes to combat. That also gets processed. That just gets stored. That all gets stored down in our inventory. That goes to the rares chest. This we'll keep a hold of. So let's put it there for right now, because that goes to the animals tomorrow. Okay. Crafting storage is where all that goes. That goes up with the combat stuff. Those all go to the fish smoker. These two go to the geo crusher. So geo crusher, fish smoker, rares chest. I don't think so. I might have said something. We were talking about drawing, but all right, that goes down south. This goes to the bait. Okay, that's relatively organized. Okay, so let's do a little bit of math here. Let's move this one over here. Will that work? Yes. All right, we are at 7 million, comma, 858,472. So we made 2.2 or 2,298,765. We would have dropped another 1.1 million, I think. So 7, 8, that would have put us to 8.9 million. We spent a lot of time doing the experiment on the weapons and tools. So that's where I think we lost an in-game day, but that's just fine. That means we're at 78% towards our golden clock. And with the calendar, we've got a Monday, first day of the stream. We make over 1 million in each of those harvests. So that's 2.2 right there. So that's going to take us to 8. That'll get us there. And then all the other sales throughout the week, we will be fine. So next stream will probably be the perfection run. Let's go ahead and... Oh, actually I should have... We're going to make a little bit of money here. Not a lot, but we'll change our total. It won't be drastic, but... All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back and we'll wrap up and plan for tomorrow. I'll see you all in a couple. Alright, welcome back. I was just previewing a couple of streams, trying to figure out who we're going to raid. Let's go ahead and figure our numbers out here, though. So, last day of summer. I don't think... Honestly, I think we're going to get perfection on the second day of fall. Because if we look at our calendar, we're going to gain 1 million here. Probably another 400,000 or 500,000 throughout the week, but I don't think it's going to be until fall the 1st. We'll harvest our ancient fruit and then drop that. Hey, Misty Vale, how you doing? Riven, yeah. So basically, the game has this thing called perfection. And there's a whole bunch of tasks that you have to do. And we're on the last task, which is save up 10 million gold to buy the golden clock. And so, yeah, we've just been in a money-making blitz. But we've accomplished everything else, right? Like, if you look through, we've collected and all the items, right? So we've done all that. We've caught all the fish. We found all the artifacts. We found all the minerals. We've cooked all the stuff. We've got most of the achievements. These aren't needed for perfection. But yeah, we're kind of at that spot where we're just collecting money for the last item. So we're just kind of doing a little bit of planning for tomorrow night's stream. Yeah, this will be our 6th time. I think it's 6 times hitting perfection. But, so, okay, let's see. So today we'll harvest. So, oh, actually, we're going to have to manually harvest. That's going to hurt us a little bit. It's raining. We either need to manually harvest or wait till tomorrow. Let's go see if it's going to rain tomorrow. We could push that off until Wednesday. Or, I'm sorry, Tuesday. Let's see what the forecast is. And we'll do some planning here. Alright, weather forecast is what? So it's raining tomorrow as well. How much do we want to delay that? Because if it's raining today and raining tomorrow, the Junimos maybe would harvest on Wednesday. But then that's going to push the... We might just have to manually harvest ourselves, so we'll lose a 20% bonus. So be it, because then we can stay on track. There's an off chance. See, 1.1 would put us at 7.8. I don't think we can get 1 million. It's close. We might be able to pull this off by the end of summer. So it's either going to be end of summer or when we sell Monday night, Tuesday of fall, that we're going to end this. Okay. That's the rough plan. Let's check in on some things here. Cheese is not done. Let's go ahead and just, again, we're not going to save today. So I'm just going to dump some stuff out of my inventory here. This isn't where we would normally put stuff, but I kind of want to get stuff back to the way it's supposed to be so everything feels right. So we'll grab that, grab that. They start as a baby, and then they go to kind of like that crawler stage, and then they turn into like a toddler, and then a kid, and then they never grow beyond that. So they'll be your kids forever, essentially. And you can have 2. You're going to get one of each gender. It's random which one you get first, and then the second one will always be the opposite. Yeah, they start out and they just lay in the crib here, and they're always sleeping. And then they go through a stage where you can interact with them. Then they go to this stage. So this is kind of like, I'm not sure if it says or not. But yeah, they're in the crawler stage. And then I think there's a toddler and then a kid stage. I think there's 2 more that they kind of go through. All right, let's pop out to the island. Let's go check to see what's in the walnut room. Now, we could harvest this on Monday and sell some. I think we're going to harvest it all. I think we need to stay on track. Anyway, so Riven, to answer your question, this is perfection in the game, right? So did we produce and forage? We shipped it all. Yes. We built 4 obelisks. That cost $3 million for that. The golden clock on the farm, that's what we're working on right now. That's $10 million. Monster Slayer, we killed prerequisite number of all the different creatures. We are 100% friendship with everybody in town. We raised our farming level. We found all the star drops, cooked all the stuff, crafted all the stuff, caught all the fish, found all the walnuts, and we're at 90% perfection. The golden clock counts for 10%, so that'll hit us to 100%. Oh, and I don't think we found any more prismatics. All right, we're not doing either one of those next week. So what did we do this week? Well, we did the Trout Derby. And we swapped out our tappers to heavy tappers. So what we are doing now, if we kind of look at our setup, is we have pineapples and ancient fruit out here. So we'll harvest all of this ancient fruit. And then if we look back at the main farm, which is all rainy, the main farm also has just fields of ancient fruit. So that's like 800 crops, 819 crops, I think, in there. We collect all that. We sell the really, really good stuff. Like, so if we just jump off the horse here, we'll see if we can get ourselves, there we go. So if we look at our crops here, like the gold sells for 907, the silver sells for 755, and the normal stuff sells for 605. So we'll sell off, you know, all of our good stuff. Then what we'll do is we'll take the normal stuff, which we have in stock here, and we'll come down here, and we will, once these are done, we'll put all of the fruit in here. So there's 137 kegs in that one, and we need to build some more, but we almost have this one filled up. So we'll have another 137 in here. Actually, this resin is going to allow us, and again, nothing we're doing right now is going to save. This is just all preview, but so the plan for tomorrow will be to grab resin. We'll want to run up here. We need to make more kegs. We'll harvest all this ancient fruit, and then as soon as these get done processing, it takes about 6 in-game days to process your wine. We'll add these to our setup, and we're going to be just, okay, that's 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're only 4 kegs short now to having this full. Actually, you know what we could do? I might do this. We could pull 4 of our kegs out of our coffee setup here. I might do that. Let's put that in our notes. Pull 4 coffee kegs for shed wine. Because if we do that, so this is why we do previews. It's why we plan a little bit, because we discover things. So that should, there we go. That'll finish this shed. So we can finish this shed, harvest our ancient fruit. That'll give us 137 times 2. That'll give us 274 kegs processing wine. That alone will be a good chunk of our money. Okay, and then we've got plenty of cheese and mayonnaise to make. We're in good shape there. Yeah, I think it's going to be really close to being able to pull it off by the time we get to the end of the week. We'll see. Okay, let's pop into town real quick and check on the special orders board. See if there's anything we want to do there. And that'll probably be about it. Then we have to pick a raid target. I was looking at a couple of Stardew players that we've never raided before. We do have Miss Shelly at Cozy Cow. We could always raid her. That's a favorite of the channel. We could fish for tilapia again. Grubs. Alright, grubs or tilapia. Which one pays better? Let's see, Cave Patrol is 6,000 for Cave Patrol. Aquatic overpopulation is gold equivalent to selling the fish. But it's only 10 fish. That's not going to be much more than 1,000. Alright, we could go after grubs. It's worth 6 grand. It might be worth doing. Doesn't matter much, but okay. I believe that's our rough plan. So we're gonna manually harvest the farm, build our shed kegs, cave patrol, sell ancient fruit, maybe do a skull cavern run. I don't know that we need to. But that should be the series finale, I think. Alright, I think that's it. Alright, let's pop home. Alright, let's take a peek here at what we're... I'm going to mute myself because I'm turning on the audio. I don't want to. I don't know what these people are going to say. All right, just doing a vibe check real quick, and we'll decide what we're going to do. You too, Misty Vale. Thank you for swinging in. We appreciate you. Have a wonderful night. All right. I found one that's got a pretty decent vibe, but I don't know for sure. So I'm thinking, do we want to raid a Stardew player? Or should we raid Cozy Cow? What do you guys feel like? Miss Shelley's playing, looks like Dinkum. Let's see, what's she playing? What's she playing? Dinkum, Building Dreams on Dreamland Isle is Cozy Cow. Close that, close that. I don't see any other Stardew players. Yeah, I haven't pulled enough of a vibe off of the Stardew stream, so let's go ahead and set up and we'll go raid Cozy Cow Gaming here. Let's get that set up. There we go. Over here, we set this one up. Too many menus, YouTube. Too many menus. All right. I think that's going to do it for us for today. Tomorrow night, I think this series will come to a conclusion. At least we'll hit perfection anyway. Can't find my cursor. There it is. Yeah, because we should be able to make the 2 million that we need, 2.2. That should be pretty easy. So thanks. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with us. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being a part of our community here on YouTube. We do appreciate it. Let's go ahead and call it a day. I think we'll do Stardew wrap up tomorrow. Then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we'll be back in yard sale. And I don't know in those 3 days that we're going to be able to make a... I don't think we're going to make the million. But we're at... What are we at? 700 and... I think 740? Is that right? So we need 260,000. Theoretically possible in 3 days, but I don't think we're going to get it. But we'll make a run at that on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And then we'll have to decide. If I can put it all together, we might start our new series in Stardew on Friday. We might maybe just do some one-offs of another game. I'm not sure. But we'll kind of pull that stuff together for Friday. So that's kind of the stream schedule for the week. As always, I want to thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for being a part of our community. We'll leave you like we always do. Go watch, play, or create something great. Why did that not copy? Hold on. Why didn't you copy? Hold on, let me grab Cozy Cow's link again. Yeah, for sure. For me, it's night. It is 2:30 in the morning where I'm at. But yeah, time zones are always interesting. Okay, here we go. There is Cozy Cow's link in case the auto forward doesn't work. The auto forward should work. There. Okay, now we're good. All right, everybody, I'll leave you like I always do. Go watch, play, or create something great. Be a part of a gaming community in whatever capacity makes the most sense for you. I do thank you for being a part of our community. I appreciate it. Have a wonderful rest of your night. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care, everybody.